The teenage gamer sat in front of the monitor, feeling a mix of joy and relief. For 10 years, players tried to beat this game, and only he could win. Now he remembered the characters who were forced to leave the game during intense battles. Most of all, he regretted losing the Saint, a high-ranked character who died in the finale. Lucas, the main hero of the game, survived, and this became the main achievement because you couldn't save everyone. Now the nickname Typical Nerd was in the first line of the game chat. He was the only one who beat it all. Even standing among corpses, Lucas didn't show any emotions. He was a strange character. The gamer tried for a long time to understand Lucas's behavior because it seemed like he had his own will. Now, Typical Nerd was waiting for a reward from the developer for beating his game. Right then, the screen lit up with a new message, and Typical Nerd saw a letter from the director of Empire Defense himself. The message expressed gratitude for the achieved victory. The director admitted he'd long lost hope for the finale. Typical Nerd, for some reason, felt that victory no longer brought him such joy. Next, Typical Nerd received an offer to become the first tester of the second part of the game. He couldn't believe that the author of the masterpiece himself would stoop to corresponding with a player, so he decided it was some kind of joke. Suddenly, the monitor screen started flickering rapidly and making strange sounds. Out of nowhere, a powerful explosion thundered with a bright flash that blinded his eyes, and the world momentarily lost its familiar outlines. The blast wave forcefully knocked the young soldier in dress uniform off his feet, throwing him aside. Stones, wall fragments, and burning pieces rained down, and the soldier, trying to protect himself, fell to the ground, clutching his head with his hands. Several subsequent explosions filled the air with the sharp smell of gunpowder. In the distance, people in uniforms and armor were approaching. The young soldier found himself at the epicenter of events, lost his shit from not understanding what was happening and not choosing his audience, screamed a series of curses. A bit later, a whole regiment of soldiers with spears and red banners boldly waving in the smoke screen appeared before his eyes. The atmosphere was tense, and every step could cost a life. Loyal warriors hurried to prevent enemies from penetrating the fortress walls, block the path, and stop the enemy's advance by any means. The young fighter watched, not understanding what was happening. He sat among the rubble and shards, as if in a movie, feeling the war with every fiber of his body. Every movement of the enemy seemed to him both distant and frighteningly real. Suddenly, a stocky soldier in armor approached him, causing internal tension. The young warrior didn't understand who was in front of him and what to expect from this person, but readiness to defend intensified. Their swords clashed with a deafening clang, heralding a merciless battle. The opponent's strength was palpable, but the young man tensed up, trying to anticipate every move and not allow defeat. Before they could exchange blows, the warrior in armor suddenly fell face down in front of the young fighter, breaking into apologies and pleas for mercy, causing the young man confusion and doubt. At that moment, the young man realized that the Imperial Highness was himself. Awareness of his own role covered him with both pride and fear of what was happening. An attempt to calm the servant was interrupted by another explosion. The wave from it threw the young man aside, forcing him to focus on the battle again and make quick decisions to survive. Coming to his senses, he realized it was a bomb, and the enemy's attacks were intensifying. Every moment required lightning-fast reaction and awareness that the fortress's defense depended on him personally. In the crowd of subjects, the same phrase was repeated like an echo. Don't let enemies climb the fortress walls. The young warrior understood that now the responsibility lay entirely on his shoulders. Everything mixed together, people, voices, stones, gunpowder, and fire. The battle raged, sparing no one. Blood flowed at the young warrior's feet. Bodies fell. This was a terrifying spectacle of war. From behind the high wall came strange sounds, growling, blows, the crack of metal. The howling of warriors and the steps of heavy equipment merged into one loud chaos, capturing all the fighters' senses. Unexpectedly, something terrible appeared before the young warrior. A giant spider the size of a human appeared on the battlefield, its skin shimmering with magical crystals, sparkling in the fire of battle. The warriors of the Imperial Highness, knowing no fear, rushed at the multi-legged enemy. They fought like shadows among the flames and smoke, throwing themselves into mortal combat without hesitation. Following the command to immobilize the insect, a fierce battle ensued. Soldiers attacked with all their might. Their blades sparkled, blood and sparks from collisions flew in all directions, creating chaos and terror. The young lord entered the battle. His body trembled with fear, his heart pounded wildly. He saw the spider, giant and deadly, dangerous, and realized the fragility of his own life on the field. Looking point-blank at the opponent, he couldn't determine where the dream was and where reality was. All sounds, fire and smoke merged into one terrible stream, from which it was impossible to look away. Understanding the inequality of forces, the young man tried to command the monster, but the spider, as if knowing no fear, ignored the commands. A feeling of helplessness squeezed his chest, giving birth to despair and rage at the same time. He had a premonition of a lethal outcome and couldn't accept such a death. Cold horror froze in his eyes. His body seemed to turn to stone, but his consciousness tried to find at least the slightest possibility to survive. Suddenly, from the thick smoke screen, footsteps were heard, a glow appeared, and a fair-haired young man stepped onto the battlefield. The young lord didn't understand who came to help and where the unexpected savior appeared from. The next thing that was heard from the darkness was the sensation of an order to deny reality, after which sharp blows of swords rang out, echoing in the empty corridors of the castle. The fair-haired youngster without hesitation rushed straight into the paws of the huge monster, knowing no fear, and began to chop up the monstrous spider, with precise movements tearing apart its hard armor. When the insect was completely dismembered, a new character appeared before those present, in all his glory, his figure radiating confidence and power, commanding respect from all witnesses. The fair-haired warrior approached the frightened young man, carefully observing him and trying to understand why the Imperial Highness looked so unusual, almost confused. While the new participant in the battle was interested in whether the Emperor was wounded, the Lord himself noted to himself that somehow he felt acquainted with this brave man, as if he had seen him before. After a few minutes of the young warrior's reflections, he was struck as if by lightning. He realized that standing before him was a character from the most difficult game in the world, whose name was Lucas, and this discovery shocked him. Lucas turned out to be extremely perceptive, carefully studied the Emperor's face, and instantly noticed surprise in his eyes, understanding that the Lord had again forgotten his name, which caused a quiet smile. However, the Imperial Highness began a stage of denial. He couldn't believe what was happening, resisting reality, as if the very air around was trying to reject the events unfolding here. Two young warriors stood shoulder to shoulder on the battlefield, among the ruins and remains of the recently killed monster, assessing the situation and preparing for new challenges lurking beyond the horizon. The entire area and surrounding people seemed painfully familiar, and then typical nerd realized that before him was not the Imperial Highness, but an ordinary gamer, who somehow ended up in the new version of Empire Defense. Not holding back emotions, typical nerd cursed. It's one thing to sit at home and masterfully participate in this carnage, and quite another to be on the other side of the monitor, where only you can save yourself. Lucas's call seemed to tear typical nerd out of the gripping horror. Now Lucas for typical nerd was not a character, but a friend and protector he could lean on. The fair-haired warrior explained to his lord the severity of the situation and the duty to confront the army of black spiders advancing on them, whose steps were felt by every nerve. Lucas asked typical nerd to be vigilant and patient, because in half an hour it would get dark, and the spiders that attacked them in the military base lose activity and attack power at night. The gamer named Typical Nerd couldn't stop thinking about why Lucas was protecting him and why everyone here called him Your Imperial Highness, as if he really was an important figure. Dusk fell, and the spiders withdrew to their positions. Typical Nerd began questioning the fair-haired young man about the time and location. He answered with honed precision, February 28th, 649 by the Imperial calendar. Looking at the military base fortress, Typical Nerd caught déjà vu. At some stage of his game, he had already encountered a date that would come tomorrow, March 1st, 649, as if history was repeating itself. This was the date of the beginning of training that everyone went through. Ash von Hyde. Evershade suddenly burst from Typical Nerd's lips. This is my virtual name. Call me only that. he shouted to Lucas, demanding recognition. Typical Nerd was extremely upset about what character he represented in this game. Here, he wasn't a gamer, but the worst commander, through whose fault a large part of warriors and allies died. It was his lot to go through training in the worst way, because one day this character would leave the castle, which would lead to irreversible consequences for the entire game world and its inhabitants. Regardless of the difficulty of the levels, among which was a hellish one, this mega game about defending the Empire became famous because only one person in the world beat it. In training there was a system window, and Typical Nerd most likely wouldn't be able to pass it completely because the conditions were built on the guaranteed loss of a beginner. The training level initially sentenced the gamer to defeat. At the very beginning of the story, Lucas alone ran from the aliens, trying to survive in chaos and continuous danger. The game lasted 3 years, but already, at the start, there was a difficult task: defeat monsters, hunting, which would become possible only in a year and a half. Ash von Hyde Evershade needed to find a way out at any cost, which didn't actually exist, and every step only brought him closer to a new trap. There were more than 1,000 levels with black spiders, and the castle walls were fragile. The only weapon for defense remained the mana cannon, but defeat seemed inevitable. The only winner of the game became its direct participant. He needed to approach each level analytically, building strategy and anticipating consequences. At the Man of Steel level, the player had no ability to save or reload the game. Any mistake meant the final end of the attempt and loss of all efforts. A person who spent half a year of his life on this game got used to constantly being in tension, in search of instant solutions, which gradually became part of his reality. Typical Nerd sincerely believed that his gaming experience would now come in handy like never before. Typical Nerd ordered Lucas to gather all subordinates to find a way to save themselves and go from difficulty to difficulty. Slowly, the conference hall began to fill with people who, for Typical Nerd, were previously just game characters. Kiram, a petite red-haired girl with eyes full of determination, attracted attention. Chuck, a tall man with a formidable face that reflected all the horror of years of war, stood in the corner, assessing the situation. His gaze was stern, but it showed readiness for action. Darkhoot, a four-eyed nerd by appearance, looked insignificant, but behind his calm exterior lay the ability to perform tasks when it was necessary for the team. Typical Nerd felt joy seeing them alive and well, but the professional gamer understood that a sad ending awaited each one ahead, and this caused internal tension. When all the characters took their places, Typical Nerd began giving out tasks. Everyone had to prepare for tomorrow's mission, understand their duties, and show maximum skills. Kirem was the first to receive the task. She carefully listened to Typical Nerd's instructions and was fully ready for feats, understanding that the safety of the entire group and the success of the operation depended on her actions. Kirem possessed 2 gifts: magical fire attacks and the ability to cast spells on spells. She was tasked with standing as a shield before the spiders, repelling their attacks. Chuck, who specialized in attacks, got the task to penetrate the enemy's rear and disrupt the formation, using his skills for maximum destructive effect. Darkhoot, by his nature a healer, under Typical Nerd's leadership turned out to be a sniper, combining healing allies with precise strikes on enemies, providing support at a distance. Lucas also wasn't left without work. He had to hold the front line at the wall, becoming the commander of the rest of the army, directing their actions and maintaining discipline on the battlefield. After assigning tasks, an awkward silence hung. Chuck's explosive shout tore through the atmosphere. The experienced soldier considered Typical Nerd's plan disastrous and destructive for the whole team, feeling the threat. Typical Nerd understood the soldier's indignation, but could only justify himself by saying he was acting according to the role of the character he turned out to be, embodying Ash von Hyde Evershade. Seeing the downcast faces of subordinates, Typical Nerd reminded them of his status as the Emperor's son, officer and commander-in-chief of the Corps, emphasizing that disobedience in this game was unacceptable. Chuck considered him crazy, giving illogical orders. Typical Nerd acknowledged these qualities, but it was precisely them he had to apply in practice to realize his prototype. If they wanted victory, Typical Nerd couldn't lose initiative. He understood he had to act in accordance with the character and therefore pulled his sword from the sheath, preparing for action. He declared his commander's right, demanding unquestioning obedience. Mercilessly with the sword blade he struck Kirem, demonstrating determination and readiness for tough measures. An ominous smile appeared on typical nerd's face. He understood that everyone present had abilities and tasks, but his role was to be a psychopath leading the team to victory. A whisper of discontent and contempt rolled through the hall. Typical nerd approached Kirem, intending to use her skills and capabilities according to the plan he had carefully developed. The commander reminded Kirem of her ability to resist fire, which arose in childhood during a goblin attack on the village, which made her a valuable team member in critical moments. Previously, the game didn't require frequent use of Kirem's character, but now, typical nerd was building new plans and counting on her much more actively, considering the strategic significance of her skills. Greatly emboldened by his ambitions, typical nerd approached the game's creator, warning of his intention to pass all levels, and after victory, deal with him personally. Finishing his speech, typical nerd brought his apologies to Kirem for the radical approach to training fighters, understanding that the methods were too harsh and required courage. Turning to Chuck, typical nerd reminded him of his childhood misdeeds when he was a thief, and the soldier didn't ask the boss where he knew such details from. Professional pickpockets have the ability to remain calm before danger, and this is exactly what the commander required from his subordinates in any situations. You're capable of remaining unnoticed even in a crowded place, typical nerd mentally noted, waving his sword, controlling the situation and checking Chuck's readiness for orders. The experienced soldier bowed his head and began picking words, answering feverishly so as not to anger the commander-in-chief and fulfill the set requirements as carefully as possible. After changing anger to mercy, typical nerd turned to Darkut, who was cowering in the corner, noting that his vision was excellent despite the glasses, and his eyes had already seen a friend's death. Darkut felt deep sadness, remembering the loss, asked to return the friend, but dared to ask why the commander gathered them all and what goal he was pursuing in this situation. Kirem, Chuck, and Lucas also participated in posing the question, each reacting in their own way to what was happening, assessing the commander's strength and their own capabilities in the face of the task. But typical nerd addressed Darkut directly, reminding the crying warrior of his strength, ability to defeat the spider army, and the need to show courage before the commander, despite personal feelings. Lucas intervened in the conversation sharply and without warning. He reminded the commander that with any deviation from the plan, everyone on this territory would be destroyed, without exceptions, and the right to error. Typical nerd continued the discussion with Darkut. He made it clear to the frightened warrior that in case of failure he would voluntarily give his life into the hands of subordinates. But while the situation was stable, he demanded complete obedience to orders. He insisted that hatred toward him or toward anyone should become a source of strength and fury in the upcoming confrontation with the spiders and not a reason for split and panic. Typical nerd sincerely admitted his own mistakes in command, remaining Ash von Hyde Evershade, but asked his people to believe him right now, when their survival depended on trust. The gamer who found himself inside the game honestly realized the absence of ready solutions, and admitted that the only way out remained a risky all-in, where the price of delay was higher than any possible mistake. The drum beats spread throughout the area, bringing alarming news of the approaching army of monster spiders, and this rhythm pressed on consciousness harder than any words, preparing for the inevitable clash. The spider army's infantry slowly but inexorably approached the Empire's walls, filling the space with black movement in which the cold discipline and alien logic of the hive were felt. The plan was to buy time, lure out the queen controlling the black spider army, and destroy her with a modernized cannon, capable of turning the tide of the entire campaign. Typical nerd understood that determining the queen's location without a map and visual landmarks was impossible, which means the first step to victory should be creating an accurate terrain scheme. The gamer winner, not losing a minute, remembered his gaming skills and experience working with mini-maps, which he had seen before, and immediately began recreating them. Having found the monster's marks, finding the queen turned out to be difficult because there wasn't a single mark on the map, and typical nerd's plan B had to compensate for this shortcoming and ensure the operation's success. Typical Nerd gathered all the endurance potions, gave them to Chuck and sent him outside the fortress to distract enemies, calculating that the enemy's attention would focus on his actions. Kiram participated in the operation to eliminate the Spider Queen, using fire magic to block the spider's access to the fortress and create temporary advantage for the troops. "Everyone to positions," Lucas commanded, realizing that the longer the battle lasted, the higher the chances of removing the queen from the battlefield, and every moment was worth its weight in gold for the battle's outcome. Assuming Typical Nerd had completed all preparations, Lucas took a deep breath, gathered his thoughts, and prepared to give the decisive command, realizing responsibility for everyone in the army. But Ash von Hyde Evershade had unforeseen difficulties, and canceling the entire army's actions was already impossible, leaving Typical Nerd facing the unpredictability of events and the risk of failure. Lucas immediately gave the command fire, and all the cannons simultaneously fired in the right direction. Explosions deafened the field, but the Spider Queen still remained invulnerable, hiding in the rear. Typical Nerd in the image of Ash von Hyde Evershade thought that the queen would most likely appear in the midst of the attack, and while she was holding in the rear, the entire strategy remained incomplete, and time to act was shrinking. He called Darkhoot to him and asked if he could see the queen on the field, but the Four Eyes could only make out a mass of spiders, while Typical Nerd was sure that among them the target was hiding, which needed to be watched. The horned monster with eyes full of fire, standing opposite Darkhoot, as if watching him, created tension, and Typical Nerd felt that it was his gaze that was looking for the queen, preparing for the next step in the dangerous game. Typical Nerd calmed Darkhoot down by saying the monster wasn't as scary as it was painted. Especially if you go against it with a cannon, the feeling of confidence gradually strengthened, tensions subsided. Typical Nerd told Darkhoot that the cannons were turned toward the enemy. He took all responsibility for the plan on himself, allowing the guy to focus on the task, not thinking about possible mistakes. Typical Nerd spoke convincingly. Darkhoot became braver, understanding that soldiers weren't responsible for the battle's outcome, but only carried out orders, which gave a feeling of protection. After Ash added that Darkhoot's shot would avenge the fallen friend, the guy activated the 1,000-mile eye function, and fear finally disappeared, leaving room for determination. The core flew out of the cannon and flew toward the target. Fractions of seconds dragged slowly. Time seemed to stretch as the projectile flew through the air, leaving behind a light trail of energy. Suddenly, an explosion thundered in the distance. A pleasant understanding appeared that the enemy target was hit, and tension changed to a brief feeling of victory and satisfaction from precise actions. Hyde Evershade asked the lookout to report the situation. The answer was brief. The projectile fell right in the epicenter of all monsters gathering, which ensured maximum effect from the attack and joy for the team. The accurate hit became the reason for praising Darkhoot for good vision and excellent sniper skills. His confidence grew, and colleagues noted the accuracy of actions without excessive demonstration. Ash treated Darkhoot's praise with irony. He understood that in a situation where the question of life and death stands, sometimes you forget you're a four-eyed nerd with a nerd's appearance, and only the result is more important. Peering into the distance, Typical Nerd understood the enemies had taken the attack, but the herd of black monster spiders didn't stop moving, demonstrating that the battle wasn't over yet, and new trials awaited ahead. Due to worry about possible failure, Ash took the telescope in his hands and carefully assessed the severity of the situation. The spiders were advancing. Their number and speed were alarming. The Spider Queen showed increasing confidence, giving orders to the regiment. She ordered to form a square, strengthening discipline and organization of her fighters. Hyde Evershade was unpleasantly surprised. Their plan to eliminate the queen didn't work, and now he understood the opponent possessed not only numbers, but also tactical mind. Through telescopes, it was visible how spiders were heading toward artillery installations. The situation wasn't going according to plan, and tension among defenders only grew. Here, Typical Nerd had nothing left but to curse and get angry. He realized the Spider Queen possessed a high level of intelligence and was capable of predicting opponents' actions. Meanwhile, Chuck ran out of potion vials. He sat confused on the forest edge, not understanding how to change the situation and support the fighters at a critical moment. He thought about escape, but this thought seemed shameful for an imperial warrior. Honor and duty kept him in place, despite the growing threat and feeling of helplessness. An explosion thundered in the distance. Soldiers expressed hope and joy, thinking the strike on the queen succeeded. On the battlefield, a mixture of fear and fleeting confidence was felt. Typical Nerd stood on the tower, carefully monitoring the situation. He came to the conclusion that the queen again avoided the strike and continued to remain an invincible threat to everyone. Ash was sweating with indignation. Lack of information about the queen from the training level didn't allow understanding why she was so hard to eliminate and what strategies might work. These alarming thoughts were interrupted by the gunsmith, who reported cannon damage. It was capable of making only 3 shots, and this posed a difficult task for the commander. The commander gamer faced a difficult goal: eliminate the queen in just 3 shots. Each shot required precision and strategic calculation. Time was extremely limited. At their disposal remained 3 shots, and Darkhoot with his super-seeing abilities, but his eyes were badly damaged. After using the 1,000-mile eye, it was unknown if he would withstand 3 more attempts. The fortress wall's strength comforted the Empire's defenders from the spiders, but the monster's approach still caused horror. Tension grew, and every moment could become fatal. Observing what was happening at the fortress walls, Ash compared events he encountered in the game with events of the real battle, trying to find optimal solutions for the team. Typical nerd in the body of character Ash von Hyde. Evershade made decisions quickly and accurately. He gave the order to concentrate all strikes on the monster, minimizing risks for the fortress. The struggle became closer and more dangerous, face to face with the enemy. The fortress walls were damaged, but hadn't collapsed yet. Every action required concentration and instant reaction. Commander Lucas ordered to bring weapons to combat readiness and descend to the first floor. Typical nerd nervously monitored what was happening, assessing the team's capabilities and consequences of each step. Hyde Evershade ordered the gunsmiths to stop panicking and trust the soldiers on the first floor, who had to protect artillery installations and prevent the enemy's breakthrough. Typical nerd claimed their only task was to not let monsters to the artillery and kill the Spider Queen. The entire strategy depended on this, and every mistake could be the last. Darku came to position and again applied his sniper abilities. An explosion thundered in the distance, but they again failed to hit the queen. His hands trembled, but his gaze remained focused. Lucas ordered to load the next projectile and not forget about protecting the Emperor's son. Soldiers carried out the command clearly, understanding that any mistake could cost not only their lives, but also the heirs. Enemy army soldiers began climbing the fortress wall, one by one, but they fell halfway, which increased the number of casualties. Each fall echoed dully in the defenders' hearts. Observing what was happening, Typical Nerd was beside himself with rage and incomprehension of the severity of the situation. He felt helpless, as if the game rules he followed had lost all meaning. Playing this game once, he couldn't imagine that real people lived and died here, that death was real, not virtual. This feeling pressed on him with every minute. The gunsmiths had a fear that the cannon would fail on the 4th shot. Each touch to the mechanism caused trembling, but there was no need to retreat, no time left for deliberation. By that time, there was already a lot of blood and casualties. Everything around was painted crimson, and Typical Nerd still couldn't find a solution how to get out of this stalemate, watching the chaos. Suddenly, a loud human cry was heard at the fortress walls. Chuck, the prince's loyal soldier, stepped forward, challenging the monsters and simultaneously distracting their attention from the walls. Before Chuck could finish speaking, monsters rushed after him. He ran, leading the crowd of enemies away from the fortress. Every movement required strength and precision, otherwise saving the entire group would be impossible. Such a brave decision to take the blow on himself meant one thing: the pickpocket's survival method was activated. Fate depended on Chuck's bravery and ability to keep enemies moving until the last moment. Before Typical Nerd saw on the monitor a warning about canceling activation, due to the character's poor health, Chuck was already surrounded by a pack of spiders. Due to slowness, Ash had to witness the monster's attack on Big Guy Chuck with his own eyes. The spectacle was frightening and shocking for him. Hyde Evershade was enraged by what he saw. He couldn't find words to express hatred toward himself for lost lives due to incorrectly given orders. He almost fell into apathy, realizing the number of casualties through his fault. Disappointment in his own gaming abilities intensified with every minute. Each time he sent people to death without thinking, not pondering the consequences. Now, awareness and desire to correct mistakes came to him. He decided to change the course of events not only in his life, but also in this training level. Understanding mistakes made him reconsider tactics and approach to the game. Besides realizing the wrong approach to orders, typical nerd understood that monsters couldn't be eliminated by screaming, and victory would require acting more decisively and methodically. During the battle, Lucas constantly worried about his comrade's health condition. He was close and asked questions, checking if everything was okay with him. His Highness had no time for answers. He stood face to face with a black spider, understanding that defeating the insect army was possible only by exterminating all enemies. At the moment of realizing the situation, Ash started moving toward danger. He decided to fight spiders in hand-to-hand combat, taking responsibility for the battle's outcome. Suddenly, a loud shout from the gunsmith came from afar. He reported that the fourth projectile was loaded and ready to fire, but Darkhoot wasn't able to shoot. Typical nerd asked Darkhoot again if he was okay and could make a sniper strike, watching the tension already reflected in his wounded eyes. Darkhoot's eyes bled from tension, but the young fighter said his strength would still be enough for the fourth shot, so important for victory, which could turn the tide of battle. The Spider Queen stood so close that the fourth shot hit her right in the head, and it seemed should have blown her to smithereens, threatening the entire enemy army. But when the gunpowder curtain dispersed after the explosion, the Imperial soldiers' armies saw the Spider Queen alive and unharmed, which caused shock and confusion among the defenders. The weak nerves of gunsmiths began to fail, and one of them suggested Hyde Evershade surrender, since the cannon was already unsuitable for firing, and there were no other ideas for exterminating the enemy. Typical nerd couldn't accept the thought that this was the end and the battle was lost. Fatigue and hopelessness were reflected on his face. Internal resistance made him hold on to the end. From the fortress's base, desperate voices of soldiers were heard. They shouted that their defense line was broken, and alarm, fear, and despair gripped the defenders' ranks simultaneously. Darkhoot's eyes bled with even greater force. He cried from unbearable pain and with annoyance repeated, "That was this really the end?" feeling complete powerlessness before the unfolding catastrophe. One of the gunsmiths, for the 100th time, looked through the telescope and assessed the situation as impossible to resolve the conflict. Except for surrendering their positions to the enemy, despair grew. The smell of defeat mixed with the smell of blood and hung in the air. Typical nerd couldn't shake the feeling that not all was lost yet, that an unforeseen turn of events and a chance to change the outcome was possible. Hyde Evershade turned to the lookout gunsmith, reporting damage to the Queen's skin. He knew that if they made the last shot, it would become decisive and determine everyone's fate. Suddenly, a shot rang out. Deafened by the loud sound, typical nerd was falling into the abyss, not hearing how Lucas called him. At this moment, the whole world around plunged into chaos and the noise of destruction. It's unknown how much time passed, but opening his eyes, His Highness saw only ruins, in smoke. Lucas bent over him, repeating his name, and hope still lived as a warm fire in his chest. Friends rejoiced at the meeting. Mutual worry for each other's health was heard in their voices. Every movement, every look was filled with anxiety and sincere care for each other. Lucas's breathing was ragged from a serious wound. The wound was bleeding profusely, but the young warrior reminded of an old game where he promised to become emperor and the coolest person, fulfilling the vow. He remembered his promises to become the most impressive knight, believing in His Highness and assuring himself that his lord wouldn't be betrayed. These words were the strength that supported both in the darkness of ruins. Lucas admitted he was mortally wounded and could no longer be useful. His body weakened. Words broke off mid-phrase, and he fell in exhaustion, going to the other world, leaving a shadow of his promises. Standing over the lifeless body of his subordinate, Ash spoke farewell words. His heart squeezed, but his mind sought a path forward, thinking how to act further and preserve what was still possible. The silence after the battle was heavy. Ruins burned, smoke swirled, but determination burned in His Highness's eyes. Fate was unpredictable, but he knew he had to act, despite the loss. Typical nerd realized he was under the artillery installation. Thoughts rushed, not forming into a whole picture, like scattered fragments that had lost connection and logic of what was happening. Taking a few steps, His Highness could soberly assess the situation. Darkhoot and the shooters got away with light wounds and temporary shell shock, which in such conditions seemed almost impossible. Von Hyde Evershade felt restrained joy from the outcome, but didn't understand the reasons for their survival. He was troubled by the question of the Queen's disappearance and her spiders not leaving him in peace. Suddenly, a weak voice of Kirem came from under the rubble. She called His Highness, as if doubting her own reality, and that she managed to get out alive. Kirem looked extremely exhausted. There was no hope in her face. She warned Typical Nerd that her strength was running out and she could no longer hold the blocked entrance for long. At this fatal moment, Ash acutely felt responsibility for everyone. He decided to act at the limit of possibilities and gave the order to load the last remaining projectile. One of the gunsmiths again pointed out the risk of the cannon itself rupturing. Despite this, His Highness preferred the last shot to doubt and future regret. For maximum efficiency, accurate guidance was required. The stand was destroyed, so the cannon had to be held manually, taking on all the weight and risk. Hyde Evershade understood that without Darkhoot's sniper mastery, they couldn't do without. His 1,000-mile eye remained the only chance, which means it had to be him who shot. However, Darkhoot had lost meaning and faith in success. He didn't perceive what was happening, complaining about fatigue and desire to follow the friend he lost many years ago. Ash understood the guy needed to be shaken up. He raised his voice at Darkhoot, explaining that not everything in life is smooth, and to fix at least part of what happened, he needed to stop whining and pull himself together. Typical Nerd finally understood this game didn't obey logic. It went against the rules, which means it was a prototype of life, where every action and mistake was reflected directly, without the right to slack off. His Highness grabbed Darkhoot by the collar and insisted that giving up the fight halfway was extremely disrespectful, neither to himself nor to fallen comrades. Resilience, in his opinion, was the only honor. Evershade, with full seriousness, declared he would fight and develop strategy until his last breath. His screams didn't choose words. They cut through the air, as if demanding attention. For full effect, Ash put a sword to Darkhoot's throat and showed that if he had no desire to fight for life, he could end it right away. The pressure was unbearable. The commander yelled for the guy to stop complaining about the departed friend and become a real warrior. To do this, he just needed to follow orders without unnecessary reasoning and doubts. Typical Nerd taught not to look for a reason to live in Darkhoot. It already existed. He was a soldier and needed as an order executor, as a tool that acts without questions, but with full dedication and discipline. The commander's first order after the scolding was to wipe the Spider Queen off the face of the earth. The task was difficult and dangerous, but the only possible one for restoring control. Gradually, the Four Eyes came to his senses. He livened up, realized responsibility, and promised to be useful to his lord and the Empire as a whole, finally feeling his place in the chain of events. The last projectile was loaded, and Ash decided to hold the cannon with his own hands, despite warnings about possible burns. This was a moment of complete determination and personal demonstration of strength. Imperial soldiers came to help the Emperor's son. Together they lifted the cannon they had previously left in battle and carefully moved it to a safer place to use at the decisive moment. The command fire was given and the projectile flew out of the cannon with a deafening roar, heading exactly toward the target, not deviating from the course and breaking through all obstacles in its path. Despite the chaos of battle, the projectile flew hundreds of meters, destroying everything in its path, not distinguishing monsters and obstacles, but in the end, blew off the Spider Queen's head, finally changing the course of battle and instilling hope in the defenders' hearts. Hyde Evershade woke up in the hospital, feeling pain throughout his body. Every muscle responded with pain, but this also meant he survived, and his life was saved, despite serious wounds. At the table in the ward, in the role of nurse, sat Kirem. She quietly told news of the last 3 days that the patient missed while unconscious, carefully watching his reaction and mood. Kiram spoke embarrassedly, not hiding joy internally, fearing that His Highness might not wake up after such a difficult battle, and after the shot that almost became the last for him. Typical Nerd looked at Kiram tenderly, surprised by her presence here. He thought she could have died from wounds, but was glad she was nearby and could support him in this difficult moment of recovery. Reinforcements took care of the bodies of the fallen, carefully clearing debris from the battle area, so no one would get hurt and operations and recovery could safely continue after the battle. Kiram worried about the injuries and wounds covering the Imperial Son's body. She suggested visiting holy places after discharge so soul and body could receive peace and strengthening after what they'd been through. Full recovery doesn't mean healing all scars and wounds, but that's no reason to worry. The main thing is life is preserved and ahead is time to recover and regain strength for future deeds. For Typical Nerd, who temporarily transformed into Ash von Hyde Evershade, it was hard to observe Kiram's current condition. She sat immobilized in a wheelchair, and this wounded him. The girl with a smile on her lips told about terrible events that limited her capabilities. Every word she shared seemed even more painful for Typical Nerd. Kiram reported pleasant news about the survivors. Even those Ash considered dead remained alive. Among them were Lucas, Darku, herself, and His Highness, which instilled hope. Each of the survivors realized that out of 200 soldiers, only 9 were saved. This, of course, was joyful, but couldn't be considered a manifestation of professionalism. Kiram tried to comfort Typical Nerd. He understood that despite transforming into Ash von Hyde Evershade, all the blame for what happened lay on him as a gamer. The girl carefully chose words to convince His Highness that no one knew about the monster attack. Consequently, no one could stop the soldiers, so war wouldn't start. Suddenly, the ward doors opened with a crash. Excited but joyful Lucas entered, his face shone with hope, and movements showed impatience to learn about the Lord's condition. He approached Ash and began caringly asking about his well-being. Asked if everything was okay, if there was pain, his attention was focused only on the character's health. To shift the topic, Typical Nerd turned the conversation to Lucas's condition. It was important for him to know how the wounds had healed, to make sure he was fully recovered after previous events. As proof he was now completely healthy, Lucas straightened to full height, chest forward, legs shoulder-width apart. He demonstrated strength and confidence, feeling completely restored. Lucas, besides worrying about his lord, came not empty-handed. The warrior brought a carefully compiled list of those fallen in battle, which touched the heart of everyone present. His Highness, despite the pain of loss, emphasized that everything possible was done to save the maximum number of people, assessing the bravery and devotion of soldiers. Having received information about the location of the bodies, Ash von Hyde Evershade decided to personally go to the forward positions to examine the bodies of the fallen, demonstrating the commander's care and responsibility. Kiram was against such ill-considered actions, considering them dangerous, but understood the commander must personally see the consequences of battles to make further decisions. Typical Nerd, despite previous gaming involvement, understood what seemed like a game had now become harsh reality, and that the soldiers' deaths lay on his conscience as commander. Without delay, Lucas and His Highness headed to the front. Since Hyde Evershade still couldn't stand firmly on his feet, Lucas took him on his shoulders, carrying him with patience and respect. When the subordinate delivered the commander to the place where the fallen lay, with surprise, they noticed a human figure in the distance. It was Darku, who also saw them. Darku was glad for the opportunity to meet combat comrades again. All three were silent, paying tribute to the fallen, feeling simultaneously the weight of losses and quiet joy of meeting. After a few minutes, questions began. Typical Nerd was interested in Darku's eye's condition, and the Four Eyes reported that vision was gradually recovering, causing quiet relief among those present. Darku's embarrassment knew no bounds when Hyde Evershade thanked him for bypassing the battlefield blind and for using magic to heal the wounded. His Highness offered Darku generous reward, freeing him from further battles. Darku looked into the distance, assessing the situation, and was silent, accepting the offer. The guy was occupied with the question of who created the monsters and the possibility of getting rid of them, but there was no answer. The sniper turned to face the commander, expressing readiness to continue service. He didn't want to retire, striving to work under His Highness's leadership without hesitation. Typical nerd didn't hide his joy when the young soldier decided to remain in his previous position. The gamer embodied in the character sincerely admired Darkhoot's courage and inner determination. On the battlefield, among corpses, Typical nerd understood the situation was critical. There was no other strategy at the time of making a decision, and the choice had to be made independently. Having taken responsibility for all the dead, Hyde Evershade began to understand the direction of further actions. Each step required utmost concentration and internal discipline. He ordered Lucas to take the bodies to the wasteland and bury them there after the funeral ceremony for the souls, ensuring dignified rest for each fallen one. His Highness planned to arrange a military cemetery on the wasteland and annually, in the second month, honor the memory of the fallen, forming a tradition of honoring heroes. At that moment, Typical nerd was completely himself, realizing he was acting not only for the fallen, but also for atonement for lives taken in what seemed like a harmless game. The gamer, being a game character, gave Lucas a promise that mistakes wouldn't be repeated and he wouldn't lose, demonstrating determination and desire to correct the past. Having finished business with laying the bodies to rest, His Highness, together with subordinates, soldiers Lucas and Darkhoot, returned to the military base, ready for new trials and duties. 3 days after staying at the military base, the commander gave the order to return to the fortress. Typical nerd, having completed training, was at the 5th level and could choose a class. Typical nerd was dissatisfied with his game character and stat distribution. The possibility to choose any status slightly flattered his gamer ego, but doubts didn't leave him. Of all of available statuses, Typical nerd could only choose Novice Commander. This meant he would have to go through the entire level, not knowing all the character's capabilities, which caused alarm. Typical nerd sat before the monitor, not daring to make a choice, although the situation required a quick decision. Thoughts were confused, and time continued to move inexorably forward. The gamer's thoughts were interrupted by character Lucas's joyful cry. He reported they had arrived at the place, to the fortress called Crossroads, a defense point and strategic object. The fortress's purpose was simultaneously simple and complex. It held back monster attacks that periodically came from the south, requiring constant readiness and attention. When monsters retreated, soldiers were sent to other tasks. In their place, veteran warriors of different nationalities were recruited to the fortress, replenishing forces and garrison diversity. Over decades, the fortress expanded infrastructure and turned into a city of 1 million. It received the official name Fortress City, becoming the front line of defense against monsters. However, Typical nerd saw a different name in this place, more accurate in his opinion. He called it Dead City, meaning the recklessness of mercenaries gathering from all over the world. Thoughts about the future and dangers overwhelmed Typical nerd. He understood that choosing a class and novice commander status would determine his further fate on Crossroads front. Entering the city, Typical nerd caught himself thinking that while playing behind the monitor, he didn't suspect how huge and poor this megalopolis was. In Ash's face, he decided to lead this area. The Dead City residents met the commander with dissatisfied faces. Ash understood the reason for their behavior, because people knew the army died due to his ill-considered command. But the commander's sad thoughts changed to jubilation. He foresaw such an attitude of people toward his person and prepared them a surprise, which he hoped would change their opinion of him. In the convoy were carts filled to the brim with magical crystals extracted from dead monsters at the battle site. This supply should have impressed residents and demonstrated strength and generosity. Typical nerd, an experienced gamer, understood that winning any battle depended on local residents' support. He had to establish relationships with them and earn trust before acting further. In his plans, Ash strived to earn a good reputation. He intended to offer city residents generous donations in the form of gold coins, hoping thus to buy the inhabitants' hearts. Thanks to the strategic plan, Typical nerd already knew how, and with what over time, he would strengthen his influence in this megalopolis, preparing the ground for future leadership and respect from the population. The carriage stopped. Lucas opened the door and reported the path was over. They had arrived home, and Ash carefully got out of the carriage, anticipating what he would see. Before his eyes appeared a beautiful mansion of several floors with its own garden. The building's architecture and well-maintained territories amazed with their scale and elegance, demonstrating the owner's success and prosperity. And then typical nerd couldn't contain his admiration. Even in his brightest dreams, he couldn't imagine such a house for himself, especially one obtained in the process of reaching the highest level through the game, which added joy. In the huge mansion, Von Hyde Evershade met a joyful and excited person who called him both Lord and Highness, apologizing for untimely formulations. This emotional weirdo was called Adar. In the game, he was listed as the city manager. He conducted all administrative affairs, and now, typical nerd was obliged to cooperate with him, being in Evershade's body. Going inside, Von Hyde gave Lucas an order to rest and create comfortable conditions for soldiers' rest, so everyone would be ready for upcoming events. Lucas tried to object about his rest, but His Highness stopped him with a hand gesture and gave a command to return to duties tomorrow, showing determination and order. Typical nerd was glad for Lucas's submissiveness and went up the luxurious staircase after Adar, enjoying the feeling of power and anticipation of future actions. Adar opened the door of one of the rooms. This was a huge bathroom, in the center of which stood a filled jacuzzi. Von Hyde felt fatigue and desire to wash off the smell of war. In anticipation of blissful rest, he told Adar he was free and began taking off his outer clothing, feeling relief after long, tense events. Despite the Lord's order, the servant didn't leave, but with an ominous smile continued the conversation, saying he knew about typical nerd's completion of training, and introduced himself as the game's creator. Such an unremarkable little servant man rejoiced because he could fool everyone, enjoying his small triumph over masters and players simultaneously. The game creator and city manager Adar's gloating didn't last long and was cut off by a strong blow to the jaw, returning the situation to an unpredictable and tense order. Typical nerd was beside himself with rage. He couldn't believe that the boar shorty he knew throughout the game as administrator and partner turned out to be the director of Empire Defense. The boar shorty suddenly fell to his knees before the gamer and began apologizing, realizing all the seriousness of his situation and consequences of meeting the person who held the game under control. But typical nerd had already entered rush mode and couldn't stop. He dealt the game's creator a series of powerful blows, unleashing accumulated anger and indignation for all years of struggle. With a mouth swollen from beatings, the servant manager barely audibly pronounced apologies to his best gamer in the entire history of the game's existence, realizing helplessness before the fury. Later, when typical nerd got tired of beating him, the director raised both hands, showing readiness for peaceful coexistence. Between them, a conversation started about the causes and consequences of what happened. The director explained that in an attempt to achieve the best ending for the world he created, he restarted the game many times, but didn't achieve the desired result and therefore attracted the best gamer. The creator told that he deliberately turned the world into a game, so gamers from all over the world would seek an opportunity to create the perfect ending, which no one had managed to achieve yet. The director of Empire Defense honestly admitted that he himself didn't find the perfect ending, but was able to pass the hellish Man of Steel level, which required outstanding dexterity and strategy. Believing in the incredible possibilities of a simple mortal gamer, the director decided to implement him into the game from within, providing control and responsibility for the virtual world's development. Hearing this, typical nerd again couldn't restrain himself. He shouted offensive words and accusations, pointing out the game owner's mistakes, sending him to training and making him a commander, demonstrating power and superiority. Frightened by the gamer's rage, the director Shorty partially acknowledged his mistakes in character placement, but at the same time asked to hear his explanations. While typical nerd froze, waiting for explanations, the director quickly began to state the essence of all participants' presence here and now, trying not to miss a single detail. The game's creator promised that upon finding the best ending, typical nerd would be generously rewarded with wish fulfillment and would return to the familiar world after completing the game. Not believing his own ears, Typical Nerd tried to agree on the prize amount and named the most desired for himself, $1 billion in cash, as if testing the director's reaction. The shorty manager laughed loudly, covering his mouth with his hands, amazed at such a limited sum and modest wish of the player, adding he could give much more and fulfill any dream. While Typical Nerd was confused, choosing exactly what dream to ask to be fulfilled, the director already anticipated what the gamer would demand upon achieving the most correct game ending. The director of Empire Defense claimed that as long as there's a cherished dream in the heart, a person is capable of anything for its fulfillment, turning any trial into an opportunity to prove their strength. This remark provoked a question from the gamer: why a person with such capabilities couldn't himself come up with a universal ending capable of completing the game perfectly and without outside help. And then the shorty manager honestly admitted that, in the world where he is, his capabilities are limited in relation to fulfilling his own desires, and therefore he has to seek help from outside. For this reason, many years they waited for a player who would pass all levels to implement him into the common cause and improve the unique game, turning it into something more than just entertainment. Typical Nerd had one main question left: what would happen after death? The answer was logical. Death can't mean anything but the end. The end of everything will come inevitably. The director made a cunning physiognomy, emphasizing that an experienced gamer, which Typical Nerd was, should understand the rules and be ready for anything. A minute later, the shorty reported the possibility of sending the player to Earth, to his real world, if he accepted such an offer. The director put Typical Nerd before a choice: continue an ordinary life on Earth or stay in the game, risking life for a successful ending. The gamer decided that having passed all levels of the mega difficult game, it was stupid to just return home. He wanted to find a universal ending and use his experience. Typical Nerd decisively confirmed readiness to play again, reminding he was doing this for the prize he would ask from the director for winning the game. The professional player's answer pleased the director, and he agreed to help Typical Nerd in everything, preparing to support him at every stage. Before accepting help, the four-eyed boar received the first order: sell all crystals and bring money, which immediately put the director in difficulty. The director didn't like the idea of selling crystals. He tried to evade the deal, but Typical Nerd insisted on his rights and repeated the order, demonstrating determination. Having agreed to engage in selling crystals, Ider still felt curiosity where the gamer was going to spend such a huge amount of money, watching the development of events. The morning of the next day brought clear light, and Typical Nerd observed through the window a yard lined with carts of gold coins. The whole view amazed with its luxury and wealth, which seemed boundless. After breakfast and a short rest, His Highness, together with Lucas, headed to the Mercenaries Guild, anticipating meeting people who could become part of his future army. A strange commotion reigned in the establishment. Visitors, surrounded by the smell of alcohol, looked with displeasure. The atmosphere was thick and gloomy, every gesture accompanied by quiet grumbling. Ash von Hyde. Evershade held himself confidently. His presence instantly attracted everyone's attention, and he clearly made it clear he came to hire people for Imperial service. Guests gradually quieted down, watching two stately young men. Hyde Evershade continued to explain with a commanding voice the purposes of his visit, assessing the local contingent. He carefully looked over those present, trying to determine who was capable of becoming a worthy warrior. Strict assessment and hidden disappointment were read in his eyes. Going into the far room, Typical Nerd noticed a woman at the bar counter. She sat straight, not turning around, and met His Highness's gaze with quiet respect and calm. The woman was over middle age, gray hair gathered in a ponytail, and a black patch covered one eye. There were many medals on her chest. Their shine emphasized high rank and experience. Ash sat next to her, wanting to establish contact with a kindred spirit. The old woman introduced herself as Torona, lightning caster of SR rank, which immediately attracted his attention and respect. He noticed the unusual form of his interlocutor, never seen before. Torona explained she served the Empire and the form was old but honorable, preserving memory of past battles and merits. The lady of advanced years served as captain of the 2nd Squadron. After retiring, she continued to act as a mercenary, combining experience and toughness in combat operations. She carefully examined the newcomers and noted that cannon fodder was needed by any army. Her tone and audacity instantly impressed everyone present in the hall. Lucas held back irritation, internally boiling from the lady's insolence. Arguing with a military service veteran wasn't his style, and he preferred silence. The lady in uniform told in detail that everyone had heard about the army's losses, and that even mercenaries wouldn't go to certain death for large sums. Hyde Evershade approached the matter decisively and suggested everyone name the price for their own life, emphasizing that everyone was already selling it for pennies. Ash took Torona by the arm. His smile was sarcastic and confident. He reported he knew about her service and participation in embezzling funds, which caused tension. Game character Typical Nerd shone with a smile, listing Torona's vicious qualities: corruption, smuggling, and disgraceful dismissal, enjoying the moment. Continuing to pressure the interlocutor, Ash specified if she wasn't ashamed to still wear the uniform, forcing her to feel her own defeat and moral pressure. The lightning caster was a war veteran, dismissed for exceeding authority, but her heroism and unmatched skill weren't questioned even after retirement. The lady asked Hyde Evershade to choose words carefully. He immediately got to the point and asked how much she valued her own life in monetary equivalent. She stated the price of 200,000. Hyde immediately doubled it. When she objected, he emphasized that status and capabilities allowed such expenses without damage to the budget. After a successful deal, Typical Nerd announced that all who value life above money can calmly disperse and return to familiar duties at home. He added that those wishing to serve for decent reward could come tonight to the Western Wasteland, where recruitment to his army would begin. On the way home, combat comrades Lucas and Hyde Evershade decided to stop by the church to pay respect and conduct necessary healing rituals. There, a ritual was performed over His Highness's wound, and a bandage fixed the healing. The process was painless, and those present appreciated the healer's skill. The ritual was conducted by local saint named Mugi, a hidden heroine of R rank, possessing unique abilities in healing and supporting combat teams. After the procedure, Hyde Evershade decided to recruit Maggie, planning to include her in the team in the coming days, considering her skills and potential. The Imperial Army commander brought a large sum to the temple to pay mercenaries, demonstrating seriousness of intentions and need to motivate fighters. Maggie gathered all potential soldiers in the church and delivered a motivating speech on behalf of His Highness, Darkhoot, and Lucas, strengthening recruits' spirit before service. When evening came, everyone willing to earn on the front lines gathered on the Western Wasteland, ready for action, discipline, and trials awaiting ahead. On the Wasteland, 2 ceremonies were simultaneously held: initiation into the Empire's army and a funeral with honors for soldiers fallen on the front lines. The atmosphere was solemn and tense. The large-scale event was accompanied by choral singing of the national anthem and prayers for the souls of those who didn't return home, creating a feeling of sacred ritual for all present. Families of the fallen received generous compensation. Rumors of such unprecedented generosity quickly spread throughout the city, attracting public attention to the authorities' care for their soldiers. All events were part of a public presentation for the people, aimed at raising novice mercenaries' fighting spirit and strengthening people's faith in the army and commander's might. Ash von Hyde Evershade came out to the people and made an impression on those gathered. Some saw a great leader in him, others considered him strange, but attention to him was complete and unchanging. Typical Nerd, being in the game character's body, spoke about high service risks, mortality, and duty to the homeland, trying to convey to listeners the seriousness of what was happening. He added that the cemetery where everyone present gathered would soon expand rapidly, emphasizing the scale of future losses and the seriousness of war. To strengthen the significance of his words, Ash noted that mercenaries' deaths were more important than their inaction, showing that activities and courage were valued above all, even individual people's lives. After a pause, His Highness reported that expenses for funerals and compensation cost him dearly, so he would cherish every soldier, showing care and responsibility for his people. He addressed mercenaries with a request to try to survive, return from war and see their relatives, emphasizing the importance of personal safety and responsibility for the future. Upon completing the speech, typical nerd thought about what ordinary people think and say about him behind his back, but quickly noted that others' opinions couldn't change his internal position and goals. Since the city lord, commander, and typical nerd were one person, his task remained to make people believe in him, strengthening authority and influence through demonstration of strength and care. Before starting the first level, typical nerd activated the teleportation gates, launching the process that opened a portal to the dungeon under the lake, providing access to enemy territory and new opportunities. Now a free passage appeared to the enemy's rear, allowing reconnaissance and strategic actions planning without direct attack threat, opening new tactical possibilities. In the game, there are levels where the opponent doesn't attack, and the player can look around, study features of monsters and terrain, providing preparation before active combat missions. Typical nerd often remembered his training, skills, and experience achieved at each stage, understanding that preparation and practice made him stronger and more confident in actions. The game's beginning fascinated typical nerd. Anticipation of battles and confidence in passing levels without losing friends created excitement and a feeling of control over what was happening. For Lucas, everything happening was reality, so typical nerd in the image of His Highness explained the game rules to him, showing the difference between game possibilities and real events, providing understanding of the situation. Lucas listened attentively, quickly grasped the essence of what was happening. He was especially interested in the possibility of scouting the enemy base before going to the second level, which gave strategic advantage and confidence. Every step in the game was calculated, and preparation and situation analysis allowed typical nerd to act thoughtfully, minimizing losses and optimizing actions on the battlefield, creating a feeling of complete power over events. Typical nerd was surprised by Lucas's behavior. He only recently understood the game rules, but doesn't ask unnecessary questions, only executes his commander's orders, following precise instructions. To the question asked, Lucas answered he was his commander's soldier and had no right to ask questions. His task was only to execute His Highness's orders, not deviating from set goals. Ash had no reason not to trust Lucas. They both teleported to the pier by the lake, where the gloomy atmosphere intensified tension and made them act with caution. Contemplating the terrible pictures of the lake and dungeon, both comrades explored the area and noticed they weren't alone here, and that danger could appear suddenly, without warning. At the lake's bottom, where water suddenly parted in two directions, stood living armor. These were monsters scarier than those typical nerd was ready to meet at the first level, and the situation became critical. While His Highness cursed, assessing all the hopelessness of the situation, Lucas analyzed what was happening. He calculated the threat, thought through possible action options, and maintained composure. Ash turned pale, and his faithful soldier Lucas didn't understand why such a strong gamer felt so bad. After all, externally the situation was controllable, but the Lord's emotions betrayed fear and fatigue. When typical nerd played this game at home in front of the monitor, seeing living armor on the horizon, he reloaded the game. This process was repeated many times, reflecting the uncompromising nature of game mechanics. It was repeated 741 times, because opposing living armor was possible only from the middle of the game, when you managed to acquire necessary statuses, tools, and skills, which made the encounter fatal. From anger and lack of solution, it seemed to the Lord that someone was deliberately preventing him from playing this game again. The situation was going beyond the usual control, and emotions were turning into irritation and despair. Evershade made the decision to return through the same portal by which he and Lucas entered. They were leaving dangerous territory, but understood the challenges weren't over and new difficulties awaited ahead. With some note of despair, His Highness noted he would try to do everything in his power to play this game again. The strategy required careful planning and resource mobilization. Returning to his estate, the Lord demanded a report from Adar on the condition of military personnel in the city. The game director reported there were 526 men available for deployment to the front, which was insufficient. Such a small number of potential novice soldiers drove Ash crazy. He regretted spending so much money, but expectations didn't meet hopes, and now new methods were needed to achieve victory. Idar added that in this city all mercenaries had already come to serve the Lord, but this was little, even with those 500 civilians. Von Hyde ordered to hire soldiers from neighboring cities to strengthen the army. Ash ordered Idar to send a telegram to the Empire's capital about the state of emergency and monster activation, to prepare central forces and warn of the approaching threat, leaving no time for delay. After thinking a bit, His Highness gave an order to summon to the city all specialists in alchemy, carpentry, and blacksmiths, or to conscript them into the army. Will be mobilize human and professional resources in an emergency situation. To which the Director of Empire Defense answered that if so much labor force was withdrawn from production, the process of cutting magical crystals would stop, and this would create critical failures in army supply and resource management. And then typical nerd's character, in whose body he was stuck, couldn't restrain his emotions, with a shout repeated the order to Idar right to his face. Stress and tension reached their limit, and there was no alternative to action. Typical nerd understood that the second time he would have to go through this game with even greater difficulty, and decided to take more drastic measures. He went all in and accepted the novice commander status, preparing for trials he previously avoided. Messages began appearing on the screen that the gamer hadn't seen last time. Passing all levels was accompanied by debuffs, reducing stat growth and weapon access by 50%. Ash von Hyde Evershade's situation was changing in seconds. It was changing not for the better, which caused him irritation and internal discomfort. Attack totem, defense totem, super buffer, main command, group synergy, all these were new abilities he hadn't had before and didn't understand how to use them in battle. Later, calming down, the gamer realized the acquired skills were beneficial to him. Now, he could award allies with part of the same abilities he possessed himself. The new level contained a class that provided the ability to control all participants simultaneously. This gave Ash special satisfaction and strengthened the feeling of control over the situation. The next morning, the director summoned the commander to the conference hall. There, 4 bound people awaited him. Leaders of work groups whose members refused to go to service by order. Among the prisoners were brave men who weren't afraid to directly express their dissatisfaction with the city's situation to the Lord. Their courage was noticeable and commanded respect. Such brazen behavior of subordinates was immediately stopped by Ash von Hyde Evershade. He shouted, shamed and threatened, demonstrating absolute superiority and control over the situation. Having assessed the inequality of statuses, the workgroup leaders agreed to the proposed conditions. They even brought their apologies to His Highness for the manifested disagreement. As compensation for unauthorized actions against workers and for successful conclusion of negotiations, soldiers were offered 20% of crystals obtained in battle. For such generosity, the commander demanded unquestioning execution of orders from people's leaders, including weapon production, if the situation and strategic goals required it. Money and interest played a role. Workers agreed to conditions without hesitation and hurried to get to work, understanding that the city's further fate depended on this. Time went by, events didn't develop in the best way. 2 days remained until the game started, and living armor, already on the way, should arrive at the city and strengthen defense. Ash gathered his inner circle and explained the seriousness of the situation. Everyone was ready for battle, but the Lord specified he would give step-by-step instructions for further actions. Lucas received an order to improve soldiers' military training skills and train novices from scratch, creating a foundation for a disciplined and prepared team. Kiram didn't stay aside. The Lord gave her a position not requiring physical activity and appointed her head of defensive artifact restoration, providing strategic support. The Lord didn't forget about the former captain of the 2nd Squadron, Torona. He appointed the elderly money lover a city civil servant for life, securing certain administrative functions to her. In addition, Torona received the position of commander of Special Forces troops. She also obtained a promise to raise salary depending on merits, which motivated her to work effectively. Darkut was armed with a crossbow of ordinary durability, 30 out of 30, without bonuses. But in the sniper's hands, such a weapon sometimes proved more effective than a mana cannon, thanks to his skill in handling it. When His Highness asked why Darkut no longer wore glasses, the sniper explained he used them for respectability, but without them, he could see well enough to execute orders without mistakes. After checking the technical condition of city communications and structures, damage to the fortress's southern wall was discovered. For oversight, the director received a reprimand from Ash. Lack of money and time, and then lack of repair necessity, became justifications for negligence. Adar received a reprimand and order to bring the wall in order without delays. His Highness ordered carpenters to construct in a short time a high and long wooden wall, even if they considered it useless during monster invasion. In the remaining 2 days, preparation for the game's start and monster invasion went lively and productively. Such a pace of work greatly pleased the Lord and raised fighting spirit. Time flew quickly, and only half an hour remained until the battle started. Lookouts noticed enemy activity on the horizon and the approach of potential threat to the fortress. A horde of living armor rapidly led the offensive and with each minute approached the walls. Tension in the fortress intensified with each second. The Imperial Army commander convinced everyone that such a strong army would easily exterminate the enemy, although he internally doubted the success of the upcoming battle. He shouted optimistic slogans, was proud of soldiers' physical training and abundance of newest weapons, although these facts were greatly exaggerated to raise spirits. Ash's main task was that the army trust the Lord and unquestioningly obey his orders at critical moments of battle and strategic actions. When everyone hoped in him, Ash, in turn, counted on each one individually. To pass the first level, he needed Torona's help, the Magic Master. The expensive fighter in a skirt entered battle. Lightning Mage Torona, together with her students, ready to apply their skills and strategic abilities against enemies. The predictability of monsters' actions was to Torona's advantage. She directed them into a trap and blinded them with an electric discharge to disperse the enemy's formation discipline. The mage's first skill scattered marks on enemy targets, and the second directed them for destruction. Hyde Evershade observed the battle, admiring Torona's mastery. Despite successfully repelling the attack, Torona's unit received an order to retreat. The enemy's numbers significantly exceeded the defenders' numbers. Living armor reached the fortress walls, but besides familiar structures they ran into wooden shields, which created congestion and slowed the army's advance. When the legion at the fortress's foot looked for a way out of encirclement, Ash gave the command to open fire on the enemy cluster to inflict maximum damage with minimal losses. From all cannons of the Imperial Army, projectiles flew out and fell on enemies' heads in deadly fiery rain, piercing armor and creating chaos in advancing ranks. Despite the success of the first operation, everyone understood this was only part of the battle and new attacks awaited ahead, requiring concentration and precise troop interaction. At this stage, Kirem's help was needed. By the Lord's order, she activated the gravitational field artifact to slow enemies' movement and facilitate counterattack. A minute later, Ash ordered Lucas to bring ballistas to combat readiness. Lucas immediately gave orders to soldiers and monitored preparation for the next volley. It was indicated to aim at living armor's chest. Crossfire of artifacts and ballistics dealt crushing blows, destroying enemy ranks and leaving no chance for resistance. When troops began bypass to the right of the wall, Hyde Evershade remained in position, observing the battle from above. Torona threw discharges at advancing ones, destroying each one. Darkut received an order to exterminate all uninvited guests, advancing from the fortress's left side. His shots hit the target with amazing precision, bringing tangible effect. The 1,000-mile eye functioned again, providing accurate data for hitting the enemy. Darkut hit targets with enviable accuracy, increasing defense effectiveness. Crossfire at the fortress's foot caused massive destruction. The opponent lost ranks and fighting spirit, notwithstanding the pressure created by organized attack. Observing his soldiers' dedication, typical nerd felt joy. Work results were impressive and efficiency achieved in a short time, causing pride in the fighters. However, anticipation of victory didn't last long. Among living armor appeared their boss, disrupting the game's order, appearing ahead of schedule, and instantly changing the situation on the field. Even experienced soldiers came to horror, noticing the boss. For all participants, this game turned into cruel reality, where every mistake could cost a life. The monster's appearance caused fear, not only in people, but also in horses. The boss's appearance sharply reduced fortress defense, forcing soldiers to seek new survival strategies. Analyzing the situation's deterioration, Ash understood it was time to retreat. The situation was rapidly getting out of control, requiring instant decisions to save troops. Confusion didn't last long. Ash gave an order to protect Torona, considering her the most powerful weapon of flesh and blood, capable of changing the course of battle at the right moment. Artillerymen, gripped by fear before the boss, were losing their minds. Fire activity decreased, but Ash managed by order to restore shelling to hold positions. Torona's steadfastness inspired her subordinates. They fought desperately, fighting with all their might, despite fear, fatigue, and superior enemy forces. Nevertheless, the first defense line was lost. Living armor broke through forward, creating a threat for the fortress's remaining defenders and threatening further advance. Before the former captain of the 2nd Squadron stood living armor. Their smell of mold and rust irritated and weakened the elderly lady's fighting spirit, reducing magic attack effectiveness. She felt weakness. Lightning almost brought no effect. It seemed the situation was hopeless, for the first time causing her desire to surrender or cry from helplessness. Unexpectedly, a young man with a spear appeared nearby. He didn't flinch from fear and supported the experienced lady, advising to continue attacking with magic, providing temporary advantage. The mercenary cleared space, scattering living armor, creating protection for Torona. However, after some time, he was struck by monsters, leaving allies without support. Standing over the fallen mercenary, Torona regretted delaying mana for a powerful shot. The opportunity to change the battle's outcome was slipping away with each moment, reducing chances for victory. Although the advice was already late, Torona still gave it. She noted the mercenary should have been kept away from mages and better avoid army service, despite all rules and laws of war. Standing face to face with monsters, Torona felt powerlessness and inevitability of death. Her heart pounded, body tensed, fear bound every movement. It seemed there was no way out. Suddenly, a sound was heard, warning of someone else's presence. It was Lucas, who descended into the death zone from the fortress wall, where his commander's unbending skill was activated. Lucas's skill gave immunity against madness and spread to all allies. Empire soldiers, thanks to this, lost fear, gaining strength and confidence in the face of danger. Lucas himself directed a rescue squad to help Torona by the commander's order. The commander at this time was engaged in organizing soldiers and resuming fire damage to the enemy to hold positions. Despite her age, Torona maintained physical form and nimbly jumped on the horse Lucas brought. They raced away from monsters, feeling how danger gradually retreated. Lucas regretted on the go that he didn't manage to come earlier. He felt guilt and responsibility for Torona, having to cope with the threat alone while he was unavailable. Thanks to the new status, Ash managed to restore control over the death zone. Lucas and Torona returned to the fortress safe and sound, avoiding death and serious injuries. This success cost typical nerd 4 soldiers and a series of destructions. He didn't account for panic among people and animals, which led to undesirable consequences for fortress defense. The death zone didn't function perfectly. Around remained fire, screams, and signs of approaching enemy regiment, creating a tense atmosphere and threat for remaining defenders. Despite unexpected events, the Lord understood he controlled the situation. He maintained cold calculation, managing events, rather than allowing circumstances to manage him. Lucas carefully watched Torona, trying to maintain politeness, although internally experiencing irritation. The old soldier in a skirt pointed out the commander's mistakes and regretted her weakness. The enemy destroyed the death zone. Artillerymen with Darkhoot received an order to cease shelling, which caused alarm among defenders. Imperial soldiers began preparing for a new threat, assessing enemy forces. The enemy's approach intensified fears that living armor could overcome fortress walls. Defenders carefully watched every movement of monsters, trying to foresee their maneuvers. In case of close combat, a squad was brought to combat readiness, where physical strength determined the outcome. Soldiers checked weapons and developed tactics, preparing for fierce fight. Meanwhile, living armor began ascending fort walls. Above them already met the prepared Empire's army, ready to meet the opponent and repel the attack. As soon as enemy heads appeared on the horizon, artillerymen with mercenaries began dropping technical garbage, concrete chunks, rebar, and other heavy objects on them. Most of the monsters lost consciousness and flew down, receiving mortal wounds. The rest continued to climb, ignoring pain, and threateningly advanced toward fortress defenders. The Lord didn't lose hope for victory, feverishly sought a solution through the game's internal content. Eventually, the necessary group reorganization was found, which could change the battle's course. The situation with fortress defense worsened. Hand-to-hand combat began. Soldiers fought with last strength, trying to hold positions and not let the opponent capture strategic points. Lucas gave a command not to leave positions. The only chance to survive in this fight for all defenders was not to surrender and continue fighting to the end. By this moment, Kirim received from Ash an order to bring the speed artifact to activation mode. This accelerated allies' actions by 5%, which was enough to control monsters. At this stage, an accumulative skill was connected to Lucas, and his strength grew with each killed enemy. New capabilities increased effectiveness, but the opponent remained dangerous and cruel. Despite connecting abilities, Von Hyde Evershade understood he had more losses than the enemy. The Emperor's army suffered defeat, and front lines gradually retreated, unable to contain the onslaught. Having assessed the worsening situation, Darkhood and Torona returned to the front, and the Lord feverishly searched for functions in the game system capable of reducing losses and decreasing enemy numbers. The solution came through Kirim. She had to use all the power of her magic. The girl felt fatigue and complained about mana weakening, but Ash's promise to raise salary motivated her. Lucas hacked monsters with his sword, and Kirim burned them with magical flame. Their joint actions produced an impressive effect, leaving behind fiery and bloody traces of destruction. To the foot of the ancient fortress of Dead City fell charred bodies of monsters, blocking the main entrance. Despite this, rejoicing was premature. The threat remained too close. The commander addressed the immediate circle and reminded that the enemy couldn't be considered weakened. Opponents maintained combat capability, and their strength in the person of the boss remained a significant threat. When the boss's approach was noticed, the commander-in-chief gave the order to artillerymen not to stop fire. Each volley was calculated to slow the target and create safe distance for troops. Allies focused on coordinated actions. Kirim's magic, Lucas's combat skills, and artillery fire created powerful pressure on the enemy, gradually changing the battle's course in their favor. The time came for Kirim to activate the magic multiplier. The third R-rank artifact flared up, amplifying the energy flow, and its power instantly transferred to Torona, changing the battle's balance. Torona rushed into the very epicenter of battle. She appeared not empty-handed to humanity's most dangerous enemy, carrying with her a clot of pure electrical energy. Darkhood received a no less fateful mission. Using the Soul Core, he fired from the combat installation directly at the target, leaving no doubt about the hit's accuracy. Joy from successful attack didn't last long. Typical nerd noticed the enemy was only partially hit, and a magical sword appeared in the boss's hand. If the boss touched the city fortress wall with this sword, the entire structure would collapse, burying defenders and depriving the city of the last frontier. The commander-in-chief's nerves were finally shattered. In the midst of confrontation, he began shouting orders even louder, trying to maintain control over the situation. When the living armor boss raised his sword, intending to strike the wall, Torona, without delay, directed her lightning directly at the target. The spectacle was mesmerizing. The long-standing and most powerful enemy burned, whose existence for many years inspired fear and hopelessness. In one moment, Ash realized mortal danger. The thought of escape flashed too late, and he didn't manage to transmit the order. Several meters of free fall ended unexpectedly, successfully. Lucas and the Lord remained whole and unharmed, escaping from the abyss. The wall of the city's main structure still bore traces of the strike. The fortress was partially destroyed, stone crumbled, reminding of victory's price and how close ruin was. The Ghost Knight, boss of living armor, no longer existed. The level was past, however. Typical nerd again and again replayed in memory the moment of the monsters' final defeat. Victory over monsters came to the squad with difficulty. It cost heavy losses, but remained long-awaited, hard-won, and therefore especially significant for each surviving fighter. Imperial Army soldiers examined the battle's consequences and couldn't fully realize how they managed to surpass the enemy considered the most powerful of the known. The battle's tensions slowly left faces, conversations, and everyday life of townspeople. They relearned to rejoice in simple things and carefully built plans for the future. A victory celebration was arranged in the city with dances, contests, treats, and abundance of drinks. His Highness paid for all expenses, wanting to thank people for steadfastness. Music poured from all sides, adults and children's laughter sounded, streets transformed beyond recognition, and almost no noticeable traces remained of recent horrors. Unlike townspeople, His Majesty kept to the side, didn't eat or drink, looked tired and simultaneously happy, which caused Lucas alarm. Lucas, carefully choosing words, tried to return his commander to life without war, remind of peace and quiet. However, these attempts were difficult for him. Even through a smile and awareness of the nightmare's end, the Lord continued to grieve over losses that occurred through his fault, and this shadow didn't allow him to celebrate. Then, out of nowhere appeared the director of Empire Defense, holding a plate of vegetables. He believed that after mourning the fallen, time came to celebrate victory and change mourning for noisy merriment. Having lost the remains of fear, Idar began forcibly feeding Ash vegetables. Townspeople were indignant, raised a cry, and demanded that His Highness be served meat and strong alcohol. A bit later, Kirim approached the tables in a wheelchair. She was in strong alcoholic intoxication, grabbed the commander by the hands, and persistently asked for retirement. Soon the girl's friends appeared and took her away from the celebration. Ash didn't know if she would continue the fun or go to sleep, but was sure he wouldn't accept her retirement. Sitting at the festive table with Darkhoot, the Lord, with surprise, noticed he was already heavily drunk. Guessing who exactly got him drunk wasn't difficult for him. Nearby settled the soldier's combat girlfriend in a skirt, one-eyed old woman Torona. She assured that Darkhoot was obliged to learn to drink and smoke. After all, he's a mercenary, not a child. His Highness, not wanting to listen to the spoiled old woman's drunken speeches, led Darkhoot away from the noisy company and tried to save him from further humiliation. Walking next to Ash, Darkhoot confessed that in solitude he still remembered his dead friend's face and couldn't get rid of this image even after time. With a slurred tongue, the guy added that next to the commander, he forgot about his sorrows and fears. Not finishing the last thought, he finally fell asleep on the go. Typical nerd knew perfectly well the reason for what was happening and understood it was all about his skill. However, he had no right to spread this aloud and initiate the surrounding into the secret. Deep night had already come, and Dead City residents didn't calm down. They celebrated victory over monsters, drank, ate, danced, praised their lord, Third Prince Ash von Hyde Evershade. Despite the fact that Ash was wasted and had already gone to rest in his room, typical nerd was bursting with curiosity, and he looked at what awaited him at the maximum SSR rank level. It turned out to be game combat gloves. Damage 0.7, durability 7 out of 7. The model looks cool, but is an absolutely useless item for the player, although it's better than nothing. The next day, all yesterday's heroes were hungover. Heads ached. They felt nauseous. But right after a light breakfast, they went to assess the destruction. During analysis, it turned out that updating the fortress wall would require at least 2 weeks, and 9 days remained until the next level. Von Hyde ordered to mobilize everyone. Understanding there was no time for normal preparation for the new offensive, typical nerd in the Lord's face went under the lake with elite squad members to get ahead of monsters. Ash called the trip under the lake an ordinary expedition, so as not to stir up panic among his best soldiers in advance. They took canned food, potions, and camping supplies. They left early in the morning. Everyone walked silently, and only the one-eyed old woman asked the commander inappropriate questions. Where are we going? Did they take lanterns and torches? How many days is this assignment calculated for? Approaching the portal, Leader Ash explained to those here for the first time that beyond this portal, under the lake, were monsters. All present needed to pass through it. The meaning of this trip was to find out the reasons why monsters from time to time attacked the military base, fortress, subjecting dead city residents to death. So, let's fly, guys. Destination is the lakeshore, lair of monsters of different breeds and subspecies. Having arrived at the place, the old woman lit her 5th cigarette that morning and told she was here 20 years ago. There was an assignment to drain water from the lake and fill it with mud. The former captain of the 2nd Squadron's story greatly frightened Kirim and slightly Darkhoot. But they needed to go deeper into the kingdom under the lake and pass the checkpoint. Typical nerd didn't read all the rules of this trial. Press the button. After all, being a gamer, not one of the characters, he passed this game 741 times. He knew all the rules by heart. Making their way through thick darkness, all expedition participants gathered in one place. Lucas lit torches and the outline of the monster's home appeared before their eyes. A figure in a black cloak and hood was approaching the guests. The Lord calmed his people, warning that this mysterious person wasn't their enemy. This must be an NPC guide, typical nerd thought. But when the person approached, the gamer understood he was meeting this character for the first time. To pass further, Evershade Third Prince explained to the guide the reason for the visit. Destruction of the monster source, because of which the outer world suffered. The one who met them advised to return back as soon as possible, since they weren't the first such heroes here who thought they could exterminate monsters. To which Ash answered that her hints about death in unequal battle wouldn't stop him, so she shouldn't even try. And if she had nothing more to say, let her vanish from sight. But the lady in black, out of curiosity, volunteered to help the uninvited guests. Since the main entrance to the monster city was closed, she wanted to show another entrance. When the Lord asked her name, she answered she didn't remember her name. He named her Velra. After an hour of walking in an unknown direction following stranger Velra, Lucas was indignant, fearing a trap. But the commander ordered him to stop panicking, shut up, and go further. The girl in black brought everyone to the sewage and said this was the only way to get into the city. Thus, through the dry drain, His Imperial Highness and his soldiers passed the first checkpoint. In this safe zone where monsters of the underwater city couldn't get, Velra preferred to leave, leaving the new victims alone, but at the same time gave advice. Never turn off the light. Now the Lord and his subjects remained alone, face to face, with impenetrable darkness. About darkness, it should be clarified. It was so dark that even Sniper Darkhoot saw nothing. Typical nerd doesn't remember Velra in all previously past levels, but now, saying goodbye to her, Ash knew for sure they would definitely meet. Gimli isorbitor bisita for me, only in what capacity? Having prepared for battle the weapons they had with them, the Third Prince's small army moved from the checkpoint into the unknown, to them depth of a long corridor. When the corridor ended, doors became visible. In one of the rooms the guys entered, they were met by the first monster, a giant-sized rat with red eyes. Lucas was the first to rush into battle, not noticing there were many rats in this room. The main weakness of these rodents were eyes and neck. Other body parts were impenetrable. Torona and Kirim were given an order to spend their magical abilities only on those with whom Darkhoot, Ash, and Lucas didn't manage to deal. After a few minutes, the battle of man with rodent was completed with Rat's defeat. Standing knee-deep in their corpses, Von Hyde was satisfied with the cohesive work. And then suddenly, typical nerd remembered that at this game level, there should be 14 individuals, and they counted 13 corpses. Where's one more scumbag? At this moment, a rustle and loud squeak was heard from the commander's back. A rat the size of Kirim jumped at the Lord's shoulder level, attacking the human. The jump's height made the commander's task easier. His fist, in a fraction of a second, flew between the monster's eyes. Do rats have concussions? Since it was a baby, its skull hadn't hardened yet. But it wasn't why a fist punch to the crown was deadly for the rodent, but thanks to the Lord's special gloves. Despite friendly relations with all game characters, typical nerd decided not to reveal all his capabilities to them. He said it was the prince's special strike. Room number 2 was empty, but only at first glance. When Darkhoot looked closer, he saw a chest in the far corner. Everyone should have been careful, but at this stage, gold fever was activated, and its victim was this damn one-eyed old hag Torona. She rushed to the chest, opened it. There were treasures inside. They went further. Room number 3 pleased the company of fearless warriors with a new brood of baby rats. Experienced warriors dealt with them in a minute and a half. Further was the boss's room. Its door was powerful, but not locked. They entered with caution, since it reeked heavily of blood from there. Inside this room there were very many already dead rats. They didn't have to kill anyone, but in the far corner of the room sat a giant monster and spoke in a human voice. He hissed through his teeth, calling them two-legged devils, all climb and climb to him endlessly. The rat angrily flashed fiery eyes. How many had he already exterminated, and still there was no end to them? Looking at what was happening, typical nerd understood he was at the 15th level, and the rat man himself was talking to him, the head of the sewage service. The Imperial Highness gave a loud command, "Girls, your turn." And at this minute Kirem rolled forward on her wheelchair. Torona stood behind her. It smelled of fried rat meat. Literally walking over corpses, at the end of the room, Ash noticed another chest. He ordered Lucas to hold the inadequate Torona, and himself opened the box. In the chest turned out to be a long steel sword, with durability 20/25, with 25% damage. Such stuff wasn't interesting to the former captain of the 2nd Squadron, so she was quickly released. Also in that chest was a summoning scroll. They also took it and moved on, and further began some gloomy narrow nooks of the city, personifying magical civilization. This was the kingdom under the lake. Having passed several streets in a row, the Lord's team didn't meet a single animal or a single person. In houses even nowhere flickered light. Ash gave a command to return. Despite physical and emotional fatigue, 2 young ladies, Torona and Kirem, decided to drink something stronger. The guys dispersed to their bedrooms to rest. On the way to the rooms, Ash told Lucas that the next attack on the fortress would be carried out by those monsters from the lake they didn't manage to exterminate this time. The next morning, the city manager, game creator, and director of Empire Defense, Adar, reported to his lord that the reinforcements they so needed wouldn't come. This news threw off track not only Von Hyde, but also typical nerd. He didn't remember such difficulties in this game, playing it previous times. Not finding a solution alone, Ash lost it, and, shaking the director's face, demanded from him immediate problem solution. It seems that's exactly what he was waiting for. 2 minutes later, Idar prepared a crew, and together with Lucas and the Lord, went to the Prince of Borders, the manager of a strategically important border region. This man was once a military commander, responsible for the life and freedom of citizens inhabiting the entire district. Having arrived at Fort Crossroad, 3 warriors were amazed by the grandeur and protection of this huge structure of high walls. Powerful guns' muzzles looked at the road. Imperial Highness Ash von Hyde, Evershade Prince 3 recently recognized Lord, was anxious before meeting with his predecessor. The gloomy atmosphere of the princely house and possessions around brought Ash bad thoughts about the Prince of Borders. And yes, they were met by a rather indecent, not young person. Instead of "Greetings, dear guests," the old man yelled at the top of his lungs 3-story curses and threateningly waved a bottle of Molotov cocktail. Seeing Idar, the old man calmed down a bit and seemed even to become kinder, but his appearance still didn't inspire Von Hyde with trust. Although, if they had come, it was worth talking. Imperial Highness Ash von Hyde, Evershade Prince 3, recently recognized Lord, understood he came here with a request, and this meant he needed to be polite. But the Prince of Borders asked the Lord to disappear from his radar and not get in the way of his cataract. Such treatment awakened in Ash that very tyrant. Evershade also threw the old man several lines without loading, but this didn't help. The old man clearly had his tongue disconnected from his brain. The guys left, but promised to return. Of course, it was possible to beat up this drunk and even threaten and even negotiate. But this daddy had a daughter, Nellen, with super abilities. She's important. This madam, together with loyal soldiers of her dad, can really help the Lord's army. Therefore, it was necessary to find a way to negotiate with this alcohol dependent. And finally, the prince came up with a holiday without reason. Having loaded a cart with bottles of elite alcohol, he went to meet with this local entrance sommelier. The lord, not losing dignity, wiped just in case the glasses offered by the old man. And the Prince of Boarders, glancing over the booze, called on the holy squirrel to protect him. Before this walking alcohol meter made him drink together, Ash opened his mouth to ask for military help, but the old man said, "Either drink or get out of here." Von Hyde lied that he would like not only to drink but also to have some snacks. Then the old man brought dried fruits from his garden. To his young interlocutor, Charon showed from the estate window his huge, luxurious fruit garden. After this, the old man fell silent for a while and seemed even to become sad. He explained to the young lord that his garden began to disappear, and the reason for this was the monster invasion. The lord caught sadness in the old man's eyes and suggested that perhaps it was necessary to deal with these creatures, and added his request to give him his soldiers for this. To which the old man, finishing his 27th glass of elite drink, answered that all his soldiers had long retired, and there was no army, and the lord himself should get out of here. His Imperial Highness left the Prince of Boarders' estate with nothing. But the prince became interested in this old man's past, in why he had to renounce the title. As a trophy from Charon's house, Ash took one dried fruit. It was bitter to taste, almost unsuitable for consumption. Looking sadly into the distance, the commander ordered Lucas to return to Crossroads and restore the wall. Monsters wouldn't wait. They'd come on time. The 5th day of fortress wall restoration was underway. Right to the work site for builders, architects, and installers was brought food and drinks. Thanks to sufficient number of workers and material, 2 days remained until complete wall restoration. The time came to use the magical scroll. Thanks to this scroll, Von Hyde received another player skill, which is called Summoning Magic. In addition to the skill, Typical Nerd was given an additional game item, R rank Mana Core. His Imperial Highness sincerely believed that with this item, he would manage to win the upcoming battle, protect the tunnel and fortress. By the prince's order, in a short time using magical architecture technology by local masters, a core launcher was created. Having seen the new miracle of technology, His Imperial Highness brought gratitude to all who honestly work for the Empire's benefit, and ordered to continue strengthening the defense line. The same day in the forge, a metal armor was made, just right for Lucas. The fair-haired handsome guy tried on new equipment. The armor suited him. Lucas and Ash went to the fort's western part. There, a ceremony of burial of soldiers fallen in battle was taking place. Warriors were seen off with salute volleys. Toward the end of the burial ceremony, the Prince of Boarders, Charon, came to the military cemetery. He began sarcastically listing all the expenses for such ceremonies. The prince asked the old man the reason for his visit, and the Prince of Boarders, who, by the way, seemed to be sober, answered he spoke with his former soldiers, and they wanted to fight again. Charon transferred his army under the command of the third prince, although he didn't place special hopes on his aged warriors. But the young lord was grateful even for this. The old man wasn't one of sentimental personalities, and, to the prince's words, that it was time for him to stop drinking so much, sent him to the well-known address. 2 days later, everything was ready for Dead City's defense. Shells, soldiers, guns, everything prepared for battle. Even the fortress wall was updated. The barricade with Death Zone was also ready to meet new war victims. It was installed at the foot of Crossroads, the military base fortress, where training was conducted. The day after battle preparation, early in the morning, monsters set out on the road. They walked with quick steps and jumps, growled, howled. His Imperial Highness Ash von Hyde, Evershade Third Prince, came out to the watchtower and saw the enemies approach. 10 minutes remained until the battle started. Suddenly there, in the distance, a human silhouette appeared. The figure slowly approached, but making out the face was difficult. The Lord showed Lucas the person walking in the distance, but neither the young soldier nor sniper Darkhoot saw anyone there. The third prince was more than sure there was a person in the distance, but why could no one see him? Typical Nerd thought it might be a glitch in the game. Suddenly, the ground trembled underfoot. This meant monsters were almost at arm's length. Ash understood he needed to maintain calm. Seeing the approach of 4-legged monsters, the Imperial Army commander ordered his soldiers to urgently prepare guns for battle. not losing a second. Standing on the watchtower, His Imperial Highness Ash von Hyde Evershade, Third Prince, recently recognized Lord, watched as projectiles hit right on target, tearing apart enemies. Stupid giant rats, as if on command, entered the death zone and died there from fire directed at them. The spectacle was terrible, and not at all for the faint-hearted. Despite very accurate barrage battle conduct, rats were characterized by incredible survivability. They stubbornly climbed up wooden shields, paying no attention to losses. The thing was that piles of corpses of their brethren served all survivors as a trampoline. Thus, these toothy creatures easily overcame the death zone and got closer and closer. This rat solidarity wasn't in the newly minted Lord's plans. He watched the feverish actions of surviving rats and feverishly came up with Plan B. The commander ordered gunsmiths to disperse weapons to expand the damage zone. Thus, they tried to destroy as many creatures as possible and contain their onslaught. Despite the fact that the death barricade was far from the fortress's foot, these tailed creatures very quickly overcame this distance, as if not feeling fatigue. How could you screw up so badly and not calculate the rat's speed and survivability? Typical nerd reasoned, sitting at his gaming laptop monitor and nervously clenching his fingers. But at this moment, gunsmiths rolled out the core launcher onto the fortress's observation deck. It was this powerful machine that proved to everyone that hopeless situations don't exist. The projectile fell exactly on target, and hundreds of rat corpses scattered for hundreds of meters. Ash watched this salute of rat skins with cold pride, not taking his eyes away for a second. Despite the power and effectiveness of the newest weapon, it couldn't cover the entire battlefield with strikes. In addition, the core launcher needed constant reloading, which made defense vulnerable. Not descending from the watchtower, von Hyde could more accurately assess the battlefield situation. From there, it was visible that the rat onslaught wasn't getting weaker, and pressure only grew. The defense line was rapidly shrinking. This meant only one thing: close combat wasn't far off. And with it would inevitably come an increase in casualties among soldiers and border defenders. Suddenly, the young prince's heavy thoughts were interrupted by a deafening projectile explosion. A whole pack of rats rose into the air. This reality hit him on the head, making him shudder. Turning toward the gunsmiths, Ash saw standing next to him the Prince of Borders, Old Man Charon. His calm gaze seemed confident even in this chaos and thunder of battle. The former manager's army veterans brought more benefit in this battle than expected. They commanded correctly, gave orders clearly, and thought strategically, not succumbing to panic. The third prince looked with admiration at these battle-hardened fighters of the old school. But still, their military endurance, experience, and time-hardened fighting spirit were visible. Meanwhile, Lucas, appointed responsible for the front line, gave commands to left front soldiers. Everything happened strictly according to defense strategy, without unnecessary movements and fuss. Typical nerd's knowledge of military terminology, of course, limped badly, but his character, the Lord and helper Lucas, coped excellently with tasks set by the gamer. Tongues, tails, ears, paws, all this separately. That's how rats looked after Sniper Darkhoot's accurate shots. The guy didn't part with his crossbow. Von Hyde looked tenderly at this big-eyed youth concentrated on combat operations, noting to himself that the guy felt excellent in battle. Kira Malone was worth it. Her responsibility lay in correct and timely use of artifacts in this battle, and she coped excellently with the task. Ash came to look at what the one-eyed soldier in a skirt, Torona, was doing, and Torona was almost in Queens. This madam was resting in the literal sense of the word. The prince would have liked to command her, "Drop and give me push-ups." But with women that's not accepted, especially if she's a mage without whom you can't do without in this battle. Without applying a drop of effort, this former captain of the 2nd Squadron was already drinking not her first shot for victory in a battle whose outcome was still unknown. Thanks to coordinated interaction of people and guns, fortress defense was going excellently, except for the fact that rat scum was getting closer and closer to Crossroads walls. Suddenly the sky was illuminated by a bright flash that no one except von Hyde noticed. In that flash of light, a human silhouette was clearly visible. Typical nerd became interested in who this fearless one was, who wasn't afraid to so boldly tease his imagination. The map showed enemy NPC invasion. Ash knew the city manager, game creator, director of Empire Defense. Adar was involved in this. But getting to him now was impossible. He doesn't participate in battles. Now Darkhoot also saw the approaching human figure. He looked like a wandering artist. Von Hyde ordered to kill him. But the young warrior, chaplain and fighter for justice, for the first time couldn't agree with the commander's order. After all, the one approaching them looked like a vagrant. But typical nerd already remembered this character from his past games. This wandering artist just has to play the flute and everyone's screwed. Ash repeated his order, destroy the target. But while the commander and Imperial Army soldier were figuring out the order's expediency, the approaching one completed the task assigned to him. As soon as magical music sounded, whose sounds spread throughout the region, rats, as if bewitched, raised their snouts up and caught every note. 2 seconds later, all this rat brotherhood rushed toward the fortress walls with even greater speed. And it seemed... No, it didn't seem, but it was so. No bullet could hit them. His Imperial Highness ordered ballistas to deliver blow after blow. Gunsmiths barely managed to reload guns, but still coped well with their task. Observing what was happening, the commander understood rats were commanded by some experienced strategist. They rushed to the fortress wall, gnawed and clawed stone with claws, forming cracks. Despite undeniable devotion to his commander and Imperial Army, Darkhoot again didn't shoot from the crossbow at that jester with the flute. Then Ash addressed Torona, already quite drunk after a long rest, and ordered her to fire in the direction of the greatest concentration of rodents. Kirim also received an order to bring fire artifacts to battle. This girl, despite limited capabilities, confidently and accurately coped with any orders. Thus united, 2 mages, Kirim and Torona, provided their prince with timely fire support. The shish kebab of rats turned out noble and spectacular. Ash stood on the fortress's observation deck and couldn't get enough of the spectacle when lightning and fire merged into one. This reminded typical nerd of New Year fireworks. But the young warrior's joy was interrupted by a loud wheezing voice from the offensive side. It was a rat man yelling at Ash that he was going to bite him in the side. This brought typical nerd into a state of increased heartbeat and butt clenching. He made his character Evershade drive everyone into a decisive attack. But there were many ratmen this time, and they turned out significantly bigger than those they happened to meet earlier under the dark lake. Guns fired from all barrels, not stopping fire for a second, but this didn't stop attackers too much, and the enemy wave continued moving forward. Torona, already without orders, understood it was time to pour mana. His Highness noticed that with a drunk head, this woman fought with full dedication. Kirim tried to dodge executing the order to bring fire artifacts into action, explaining this by the fact they hadn't completely cooled down yet. But Ash repeated the order, and the girl, gathering all her power, dealt a crushing blow to the target. Everything around was engulfed in fire and lightning. Now came Lucas's turn to enter direct battle. He forcefully launched that long steel sword with durability 20/25 with 25% damage, which they found under the lake. Darkhoot at this time struck the victim with 100 released arrows. The target was hit. Moreover, it suffered for a long time, dying from poison with which arrows were treated. Dying, the rat man in a human voice sent everyone to hell, cursed and promised revenge. Although how can a dead one take revenge? None of the survivors bothered to figure out. Observing what was happening from cover, the Prince of Borders, Charon made a discovery for himself. Since the time when he was Lord, much had changed. Enemies had hierarchy and strategy. Looking at the prince, the old man now didn't believe rumors that this was a drunkard, reveler, and brawler. Charon understood. The young generation fought more recklessly. Charon would like to help Ash in this battle, but he had his own life. The old man, unlike the kid, had something to lose, the garden and memory of his beloved. He returned home. Ash ordered rifle squads and artillery to stay in place and not stop fire. Others were given an order to accept close combat. To the former captain of the 2nd Squadron, Von Hyde gave complete freedom of action, after which this lover of drinks and cigarettes began throwing mana, one after another. By that time, Kirim had only acceleration artifacts left. By commander's order, the girl brought them to combat readiness and dealt blows to targets one after another. To all others, the Imperial Army commander, Evershade, ordered to organize evacuation of residents from Dead City, since the battlefield situation got out of control. Approaching Darkhood, Ash tried to calm this compassionate warrior. After all, he, looking at what was happening, 100% blamed himself for everything. The commander expressed gratitude to him for his presence. After, Ash von Hyde Evershade, third prince and recently recognized lord, asked the young sniper to shoot rats that slip into the city. Standing on Crossroads Watchtower, the young commander understood the severity of the situation, but still didn't lose hope for a favorable outcome of this battle. Lucas strategically looked at the situation that developed at the city line. The thing was that the entrance to the city was narrow. Thus, it was easier to exterminate rat scum. Meanwhile, at the moment of activating the fire artifact, which had already charged, shoals of rats began approaching Kirem's feet. Ash entered hand-to-hand combat with them. At the foot of the crossroads, among troops guarding the fortress entrance, there were significant losses. Rats began climbing to the observation deck along walls. At the moment when typical nerd already wanted to drop everything and reload the game for the 742nd time, on the battlefield, Ash saw unusual sparkle. So epically onto the battlefield, came out that very Prince of Borders, former lord and ruler of Dead City, and currently acting local alcoholic. Despite this, he knew military affairs. Bursting into the very epicenter of death, the old man no longer feared this old woman with a scythe. On the contrary, it seemed he was challenging her, so that together with him she would drag away monsters too. Chopping ratmen left and right, the old man remembered his stormy youth, when he first met the girl who conquered his callous heart. He remembered himself, hot, young, reckless lord, trained only in military affairs. He was so far from romance that it seemed he hadn't lived before meeting her. In this god-forsaken city, she dreamed of opening a flower shop, while he, a warrior from brain to bones, believed a weapons shop would be more appropriate here. But the one to whom he later dedicated his whole life knew how to convince him. Each time, looking into her eyes, he began to believe that on the front lines, flowers would be more needed than spears, cannons, and shells. By duty of service, he often stopped by her shop, which she did open. He learned to distinguish roses from daisies, and a year after meetings, he proposed to the girl. He himself periodically went on combat campaigns, and meanwhile his home life went its course. 9 months after the wedding, his wife gave birth to a sweet little girl. Arriving home from another battle, the young lord, for the first time in his life, held in his hands something besides weapons. This wasn't just a child. The daughter became his meaning. Not descending down, von Hyde ordered Lucas to provide all possible support to the Prince of Borders, to which the warrior in armor answered the old man was managing well himself. Being in the epicenter of deadly events, the Prince of Borders couldn't understand what he was doing here. Why wasn't he sitting at home now, savoring some port wine? Moreover, he promised his beloved to meet his death at her grave, which was located in his beloved garden. One thing he understood clearly: he must protect his home, his garden, her grave, and of course, flowers. Flowers she loved herself and taught him to love. But suddenly an unnatural silence reigned around. Screams, howls, squeaks stopped. The Prince of Borders even managed to think he was dead, but Lucas approached and said all monsters were killed. Could he, an old man with a sick back and legs, manage to defeat this entire army of rat men alone? Although it became so easy for him that he didn't want to argue with Lucas. Actually, the situation was terrible. Charon received multiple wounds incompatible with life. He lay in a pool of his own blood and incoherently asked to be lifted. The prince lifted the old soldier, and he addressed his warriors with a farewell speech. He asked them not to mourn him, and asked the prince to tell his daughter he loved her. After the Ratman monster defeat, the need for evacuation disappeared. Townspeople again had a reason for celebration. Meanwhile, His Highness Ash von Hyde Evershade returned to his estate after the battle. The first to meet him was the city manager, game creator, director of Empire Defense. Oh, how the Lord waited for this moment, grabbed the scumbag by the collar, and began demanding a report from him for all unexpected updates and additions in the game. Ash reminded this slug, Idar, of everything, both living armor on the previous level and the jester with the flute at this stage. But the Four Eyes called the necklace the reason for all surprises. But to reveal all the capabilities of this necklace, typical nerd must pass one more level of Empire Defense. Without this, it would be impossible for him to return to his reality. Having walked to Prince of Borders Charon's house, Ash and Lucas assessed damage with their own eyes. It was colossal, but fixable. Being small, Charon's daughter, Neelan, during battles with monsters near the city, often ran to Mom's room, and Mom calmed her down. At that time, the young wife of warrior Charon was herself scared to death. But she wasn't scared of those creatures her husband fought, but his non-return from the battlefield. In memory of the brave soldier of his army, His Imperial Highness, Ash von Hyde Evershade, Third Prince, personally came to visit fallen Charon's daughter. The second meeting of Ash with Neelan was as unpleasant as the first. The thing was, the girl suffered slightly after the strike on the estate and inadequately perceived information. In memory of brave warrior Charon, Ash, gathering patience, tried for the 100th time to introduce himself to the girl and explain the situation. "I'm Ash von Hyde Evershade, Third Prince." But the girl, despite general weakness, was sharp-tongued and declared if he was some prince, then she was the Grand Duchess of Dead City and all the district. To quickly finish this circus and dot all I's, the prince had to show Neelan the royal family sign. Having convinced herself that before her was exactly the one she'd been fascinated with lately, the girl became slightly embarrassed, blushed, and then confessed she admired him. While Charon's daughter chattered to him about her childhood, bad relations with dad, successful studies at military academy, the prince knew all this, but didn't interrupt her. Since Neelan studied 3 years at the academy and arrived just yesterday, she wasn't aware of events of recent days, and at the end of her story, asked von Hyde where her father was. Then Ash told his interlocutor in detail about her father's heroic death on the battlefield, and about his last request to convey that he loved her very much. Without shedding a single tear, Neelan, with annoyance, said, "Dad let her down here too. As soon as she decided to show who's boss in the house, he died." His Highness recorded all achievements of the Prince of Borders on the front and submitted a petition to present him for a posthumous award, so the royal medal would be awarded for honor. While Ash told the flighty girl that farewell to her father would take place tomorrow with all honors, she didn't stop looking at him with an almost loving, thoughtful gaze. Coming home, Ash began asking Adar about the new character, and Adar talked about Neelan as if about his child. She's 16 years old, but has her problems. In this release of Empire Defense game, this character has weak characteristics, clumsiness, inexperience, and youthful maximalism, which makes the game difficult. In general, the whole set of negative qualities of a modern teenager, confident in the correctness of actions, manifested in her every action, requiring a careful approach. After familiarizing himself with Neelan's capabilities, Ash thought whether to add her to his character list. Idar claimed she was a good and talented player, but von Hyde promised Charon, lying on his deathbed, that he would take care of his daughter, not drag her into military battles. Doubts tormented the young man strongly. Despite the desire to have in his squad 2 high-rank fighters, Lucas and Neelan, Ash decided to give the girl an opportunity to choose herself what she really wanted. Neelan walked next to Ash, carefully listening to stories about traps and monsters. She was interested in how the prince and his soldiers coped with danger. Lucas and other fighters walked ahead, checking every corner and carefully watching the movement of shadows. The dungeon smelled of dampness and ancient dust. Idar constantly looked around and shared tactics with Neelan, explaining how to act during sudden monster attacks and how to use magical abilities with maximum effectiveness. Suddenly from the darkness came the screech of claws, and Neelan shuddered. Ash calmed her down, suggesting that now it was necessary to maintain calm and act strictly according to the team's plan. Kiram, though she was aside, watched what was happening with wariness. Her gaze said she was ready to intervene in case of unforeseen danger and protect the team. When they approached the dungeon's first large room, before them appeared old chests and intricate traps that required caution and teamwork to overcome. Neelan, feeling adrenaline step by step, moved forward, Trying not to fall behind, she understood that now every mistake could cost someone from the squad their life. Ash told about previous campaigns, sharing experience and stories so Nellin and other fighters understood what difficulties they might face and how to overcome them. Each new crossing of dungeon corridors showed dangers were everywhere here. Even the most experienced fighters must be attentive and quickly react to any threats. Lucas looked back at Nellin and nodded to her, making it clear he trusted her and was ready to support in any difficult situation, since the life of the entire squad depended on their joint actions. So, room number 1. Unsheath your weapons, gentlemen. Let's proceed with destruction. Nellin was noticeably nervous, but bravely rushed into battle on par with everyone. To show all her capabilities, Nellin activated to the maximum damage fixation, liberation, clumsiness, youthful maximalism. The result was evident, lying unconscious. Besides defense from monsters, the whole team had to save the newbie. In general, they passed the first zone quite quickly, despite all adventures and chaos with Nellin. Further were the nooks of the underground city. Here, Ash hoped to find a couple of mana for Tereli. Before going further, they took a short break, discussing the action plan. During the break, Evershade handed Darkhoot new weapons, which he received as a prize for passing the difficult level. The young chaplain was glad for the new toy. They moved on, and here they met a new party of monsters. This time Lucas and Nellin took matters into their own hands. Ash watched them attentively with tenderness. Even Darkhoot later had an opportunity to apply the new weapon in this battle. Well, what can you say? In the sniper's skilled hands, even a simple mop can shoot accurately. Despite the fact characters had already passed these rooms, Lucas and all others except Nellin also thought the level noticeably became more complex and tension increased. On the way further, the guys found a strange house whose doors and windows were boarded up from outside. What was inside couldn't be seen, as the seals were unusual and mysterious. Walking through the deserted city N, which is located under the lake, young warriors, together with their prince, saw a light silhouette in the distance and decided to carefully follow it. The guys, who had seen thousands of monsters in their lives, sincerely feared meeting a human here. In this section, they saw remains of mechanical combat entities. Finally, in the distance, Ash von Hyde Evershade noticed a familiar person. It was that very Velra, not remembering her name, the one who guides people between worlds. Despite the fact that last time this girl showed loyalty to the military group, one shouldn't relax, and the prince carefully listened, watching everything happening. Velra led everyone into a large, bright room, in the middle of which stood a table with trophies. It turned out she traded these goods, taking payment in mana cores no less. Since the prince himself came here for mana cores, besides precious stones, he had nothing more to offer Velra for one, but the most necessary item for him. Soldier's lack of composure simply amazed Commander Torona, who wanted to buy century-old ginseng for rejuvenation, but such fuss reigned around that it seemed impossible. Lucas looked at some fast-running boots for himself. After the question why they were needed, the young man answered he wanted to acquire them for the prince's convenience when moving. Darkhoot drew attention to a potion maker. This would be an excellent solution for hospitals and wounded, but his choice also didn't suit Ash's taste, as usually happened in such cases. For fun, von Hyde asked Nellin what she looked at here for herself, but the girl turned out the most serious among all, and immediately chose a spear and shield, considering this necessary. Oh, how could they all forget about the most important thing? The Lord asked Velra if there was among this junk what was needed, and what do you think? It turned out he found exactly that. Despite the possibility to buy only one item, Velra met new acquaintances halfway and allowed to take 2 items if they promised to visit her again. Nellin was embarrassed. Seeing a gift for her in the prince's hands, she even refused to accept it, not knowing how to properly express gratitude and emotions. But Ash applied another weapon of his, a radiant smile, adding the magic word, please. And the girl melted before her idol, instantly accepting the gift. Before leaving the trading shop, the prince just in case asked Velra if she met a jester playing the flute here, and the girl told in detail where he could be found. Next was the boss's room, and on the way there, the commander told Nellin about all weak spots of the Rat Man, noting 10 mana in each of his joints, for effective attack. Due to the newbie's appearance in the team, the boss at this level became considerably stronger, but taking his limbs and torso under fire control, the guys quickly laid this freak down, applying strategy. After killing the boss, of course, it was necessary to examine trophies in the chest. Lucas, as last time, held Torona and Evershade, carefully studied its contents, assessing value. There were no treasures in the chest, but lay a magical item called Sphere of Being, which had to be given into the right hands of the former captain of the 2nd Squadron, as was decided in advance. Also at the bottom of the chest lay 2 unused mana cores, so necessary for Torelli, and they were immediately transferred to players to enhance their magical capabilities and battle tactics. On the way home, the Lord's entire team opened a beautiful view of the kingdom under the lake, where the entire area was illuminated by soft light, creating a feeling of fairy tale and calm atmosphere. On the way home, Nalin noticed bright light on one of the royal building's towers, which immediately interested expedition participants and became an assignment for next time for all. All tired and hungry walked home and couldn't decide what to do first: go to sleep, take a bath, or eat, so as not to go to bed completely hungry. Everyone except Torona chose to satisfy hunger before sleep, but there was no ready food left in the refrigerator, and the prince decided to surprise everyone with his unusual culinary abilities. Watching Evershade fuss in the kitchen with cooking, Nalin suddenly remembered her childhood and those nights when she ate with parents while father came home. Then the girl got emotional and said she wouldn't go to father's funeral tomorrow because she couldn't forgive him for his complete absence precisely on mom's funeral day. The Prince of Border's burial was conducted with special honor. The farewell speech was delivered by His Highness, the 3rd Prince himself, but the daughter never came to the ceremony, staying home. Once, during a friendly conversation, Lucas began asking Ash about family relations, which immediately alerted Gamer, typical nerd, and made him suspect Lucas guessed something. Several weeks after the last battle, townspeople and all who were in the fortress began preparing for a new offensive. All production worked at full capacity, without stopping. This time enemies would be not rats, but golems in titanium garb, mega powerful mechanical characters capable of destroying everything in their path almost instantly. This time Ash von Hyde Evershade must account for absolutely everything, including even instant liquidation of phantom jesters with flutes, so the battle passed without losses for the team. All preparations from time to time Ash discussed with the strongest link of their combat company, Lucas. Despite youth, both showed themselves as skilled strategists. Once, coming to Charon's grave, Ash met Nellin there, who declared her desire to renounce the title, sell the inheritance, and leave forever. In conversation, the girl again began embarrassing the Lord with her sincere admiration for his actions, and he remembered he was trying for the sake of fulfilling her most cherished wishes. When meeting with Aedar, city manager, game creator, and director of Empire Defense, Ash asked him to settle all formalities connected with Nalin's inheritance. When Aedar reported that the Prince of Border's estate couldn't be sold quickly, Ash instructed him to arrange purchase in his name and send Nilin away as soon as possible. Little time remained before the offensive began, and Evershade ran through various instances, checking preparation, looked into the forge, where 2 brand new automatic guns already awaited him. So came the last day of peaceful life, the last day before a seemingly difficult battle. Ash thought about what to spend these hours on, completely immersed in thoughts. And what was beautiful in his life? Of course, Nalin. Today was her departure day, and Von Hyde came to say goodbye and wish luck in a new stage of life. The Lord brought his young friend an envelope with money for the first time, in which were enough funds so she could start independent life from scratch without unnecessary worries. Surprisingly, today, Nalin was inclined to change her decision and stay in the city. However, to send her to a safe place, the prince insisted she leave. Unexpectedly for himself, after saying goodbye to Charon's daughter, the prince wanted to cry. He cried but created the appearance of simply looking out the window, thinking over the future defense plan. Having gathered his group of close fighters, the Lord discussed with them the situation and possible threats. Among those present, of course, was one dissatisfied with work, which slightly spoiled the atmosphere. During the meeting, His Highness solemnly presented Darkut with new magical weapons. The young chaplain was sincerely glad for such an unexpected and valuable present. Suddenly, the door to the conference room opened with a crash. Without knocking, entered an ordinary gunsmith and reported enemy offensive had already begun, and almost no time remained for deliberation. While all present were freaking out, he added enemies divided into two groups. Part was going to the fortress. Part was moving toward the Prince of Border's estate, which complicated defense. At this moment, typical nerd remembered that Nellen, during farewell, said to Ash that before departure she would still go to the garden to parents' graves to say final goodbye. Evershade came out to the watchtower to assess the problem's scale. Enemies were already in the visibility zone, and he immediately ordered to prepare cannons for battle so defense would be ready. Sending old-school soldiers to the Prince of Border's estate to protect the last representative of the Charon family was cancelled due to lack of experienced fighters and other resources. Due to a confluence of shitty circumstances and feelings of guilt as well as hopelessness, the third prince lost it far and long. He cursed everyone and everything and didn't send soldiers to certain death. Thus, only the fortress and entrance to the city remained under defense. Other directions were completely open for attack, and complex strategic tasks had to be solved. There, on the observation deck, the young lord addressed soldiers with a speech, convincing them not to leave the fortress to save one Nellen, otherwise the city would fall together with her. Meanwhile, the daughter of the Charon family walked through the garden and carefully observed how father carefully cared for trees, which gladdened her soul and heart. The girl would very much like to see spring in her native land, especially when tree buds had already begun to bloom, but ahead was a journey, and she had to leave. At this very beautiful moment, someone pushed her to the ground. It turned out to be a huge golem, and not one, but a whole regiment of these walking iron creatures surrounded the girl. What should a fragile, small girl do with these huge walking iron pieces? How to apply and practice knowledge and experience gained at the academy over years of study. And she, as a true daughter of her father, without hesitation and pity, rushed into unequal battle of human with metal, not supposing the fight would end only in escape. Having defeated the first enemies, the girl came out to the clearing, intending to help the prince and his army. But suddenly, before her eyes appeared a whole regiment of golems, and she decided to run. But a girl is a girl, even in the desert. And running from monsters, she accidentally twisted her leg, fell to the ground and, not enduring the pain, cried from offense and fear. She suddenly felt so sorry for herself, and while monsters weren't catching up, her whole life flashed before her eyes. Childhood, games, joy, learning and first victories over fear. But suddenly, noticing a tall, slender shadow next to her, the girl raised her eyes and saw him. Her savior, the third prince, who came in time and involved in rescue. The Imperial Army commander handed Nellen a vial with red liquid and ordered to drink immediately, although strength gradually left her body. After she drank this medicine, the body began to strengthen, and Nellen could stand on her feet, following her idol, Von Hyde, bravely. Then he ordered her to stop and step back a little, but to her surprise, Nellen wanted to obey, obediently stood right behind his back. Here Ash activated the boss summoning scroll found in one of the chests, and honestly, Nellen felt unpleasant but exciting goosebumps. Suddenly the earth shook, everything around seemed to freeze, and before the familiar game characters appeared a new one, huge as a skyscraper, Iron Golem. Summoning scroll activation was successful, and such an inscription typical nerd immediately saw on the monitor screen, causing surprise and alarm at the same time for everyone. Simply activating such a hellish machine would be unwise, so the prince continued the prank. He blocked all actions of the golem boss for the duration of the experiment. This summoning scroll is single use, so it must be used with full power, so all players in the squad get maximum benefit. After blocking actions, typical nerd in Evershade's person activated the friend/foe function, which, to surprise, gave a completely unexpected reverse effect. The golem boss's factory settings got confused, and he went toward his own soldiers, began crushing, strangling, crippling, and killing, completely taking their mechanism out of order. But such a failure, though it was to Nellen and Ash's advantage, didn't last long, after which the army of golems subordinate to the boss rushed after young people quickly. A few meters from them stood a horse, but from the sounds of explosion, this beast got scared and ran away. They had to urgently use the previously thought-out Plan B. Plan B consisted in Nalen concentrating on defense and Evershade attacking. The plan was simple, but its execution didn't go quite according to the conceived scheme, unfortunately. Despite gloves, the prince's hands suffered badly. Pain pierced and responded in the shoulder. The commander applied a healing remedy, and discomfort gradually passed. It would be unwise to give both magical rifles to Darkhood, so Ash kept one for his beloved self. Now it would be possible to check its effectiveness in battle. Ba-boom! For a few minutes it became so quiet and empty around that His Highness thought about a happy ending, but it wasn't him. Somewhere very close was heard a roar and screech of metal. Listening to approaching steps and jumps, a decision was maturing in the young warrior's head. Nellen, of course, despite courage, in a girlish way, was a little afraid of what was happening. Okay, if Plan B isn't enough for you, dear golems, then an experienced gamer will always find a cooler way out. Typical nerd pressed the self-destruct function and prepared. The golem boss was spectacularly scattered around the area. It was quite a fireworks show, but the blast wave didn't take everyone. About 20 creatures remained, and they needed to be fought. Now it was necessary to run, the faster the better. While they hurried to the Prince of Border's estate, one of the shots broke Nellen's shield, which greatly complicated defense. Ash had already run out of Plan A and Plan B, but he had left a mana summoning tool for Torelli, which could save the situation at any moment. Directing the item in the right direction, he managed to teleport Torelli here. Now, it only remained to wait for darkness and the moment to act decisively. Being in Father's house, Nellen said she still hadn't forgiven him for not protecting Mom, but understood Father hurried to save daughter at any cost. The prince for the first time saw Nelen, who doesn't rebel, doesn't blame Father, but seeks justification for his actions, and Von Hyde liked such unexpected changes and the girl's maturity. The young lord patted the girl on the head and said if she needed to hate someone, now she could hate him, since he was responsible for everything happening. While young people talked, golems surrounded them. Having guessed Torelli could shoot only in one direction, and additional weapons were required for defense. Nalene needed to manage to run to the garden to Father's grave and dig out with hands the Prince of Border's equipment, which she herself ordered to bury so it would be safe. There was no time left for sentiments, so the girl quickly returned with weapons in hands, ready for battle with golems, remembering all Father's instructions and his advice. During attack, it seemed to the girl that Dad stood behind her back and prompted how to properly hold weapons, and where better to deliver an accurate and deadly blow. At such a pace, the enemy was defeated quickly and without losses. Ash watched what was happening and was proud of Nellen, because thanks to her, they remained alive and preserved their strength. After the battle, he lit a fire, but there was no food in the estate, so they dined on elite brandy. The young lady, naturally, didn't like the drink at all. Later, she started something like a childish tantrum because she missed her parents badly. The Lord allowed her to completely vent emotions. By morning, when the young lady fell asleep, Von Hyde visited the Prince of Border's grave and told him everything would be fine with his daughter, and there was no more danger. Returning to the city with the child was dangerous, so he waited for his soldiers to come here, to the estate, and finally they came at the appointed time. Upon returning home, Ash underwent a course of treatment, but his hand hadn't fully recovered yet. Although compared to events, this wasn't a great loss. Soon Lucas made a detailed report on conducting the battle. Thus, His Highness learned in detail there were only 14 wounded total and 0 killed. After the battle with golems, Typical Nerd received a new rank and capabilities of Unbending Commander. This gave protection to all warriors within a radius of 10 meters. The battle didn't go quite smoothly. Darkhood again damaged his eyes, but his treatment was proceeding successfully, and he gradually was recovering without problems. Instead of attracting attention, the young commander rested in his estate's garden, where Nelen unexpectedly found him and greeted him. The girl sat down nearby, worried about the Lord's well-being, and reported she wanted to stay in the city forever. Wow. Typical Nerd had the honor of communicating with Countess Charon herself. Nellen, with her characteristic youthful maximalism, convinced Ash that she was already an adult and quite capable of living independently, fighting in the Imperial Army. Evershade listened to her with effort, then flicked his finger on her nose and assured that until adulthood, she would be under his responsibility, and we'll see further. And the commander also emphasized that to him, she was no countess, until he himself decided she had matured and was ready for independent decisions. Coming to his chambers, he couldn't wait to see his new rewards. The necklace's hidden ability was fully unlocked and immediately manifested its power. The new capability pleased typical nerd, but he didn't understand what exactly to prepare for and how best to use the revealed abilities in upcoming trials. Having loaded the threat report, the gamer saw predictions about imminent dark events. But what exactly was being discussed, since the last attack was successfully repelled by him without problems? Only one thought came to the experienced player's mind. Someone was clearly putting sticks in his wheels. What to do about this he didn't know yet and decided to simply go to sleep. Meanwhile, the capital of Empire Granita flourished in all directions. Port, factories, art, construction. It was immediately visible the ruler here was good and caring. In the chambers of Dark Peaks, another meeting was held regarding the third forgiveness of help for Ash von Hyde's Imperial Army. The middle brother didn't approve this decision of the younger. He had a more serious battle going on in the district's south, so wasting the number of soldiers wasn't in his style. He preferred to act cautiously and strategically. While the youngest Imperial son was struggling with defense of Crossroads and Dead City, the middle son sat in the capital's administration, and the eldest fought on the front line, together with ordinary soldiers. The Emperor himself, father of these three eagles, hadn't left his chambers for a long time. There were even rumors he had died, so sons would soon divide power and responsibility for the empire. While Dad was experiencing a midlife crisis, anarchy couldn't be allowed in the empire, and the middle brother temporarily received power to maintain the situation and order. Suddenly, a messenger entered the middle brother's office with a request for reinforcements and signature on an order to carry out death penalty of homeland traitors, which caused instant tension. And then a cunning idea came to the calculating young man's head. He ordered to send death row inmates as help for the younger to solve his problems cunningly and without direct risk. Thus a close person who should have helped harmed Ash, sending him unreliable people and shifting all responsibility for their possible execution onto him. Typical nerd didn't like hospitals, but in Von Hyde's person was obliged to visit Darkhood. It should be noted the guy, despite injuries, held up bravely and didn't show weakness. Darkhood promised after discharge to immediately return to the Imperial Army's ranks. Moreover, he even missed shooting, combat training, and the opportunity to prove himself on the battlefield again. Here, Ash reminded him of their long-ago conversation, that if Darkhood's resentment of the Lord for his friend's death didn't pass, he had the right to kill his commander, as the warrior's code required. Today, Evershade came to confirm his agreement with any decision of the sniper, to which Darkhood said nothing yet, thinking about duty, honor. Soldiers and residents of Dead City arranged festive events in honor of victory, but Ash, as a true commander, visited the wounded and asked about the battle's course. Everyone went to celebrate Victory Day except the Lord. Looking at Torona from the side, it was clear corporate parties were exactly her element, where she felt, in her plate. Von Hyde locked himself in his chambers and watched with interest which characters received increased capabilities. Lucas finally was given the long-awaited promotion in combat skills. His new skill, Dash, gave the ability to overcome large distances in fractions of a second. Soon he would reach the level of a true god of war, and glory was guaranteed to him. Typical nerd's character Ash also received the long-awaited skill, Commander's Eye, allowing control of a visible enemy's mind and managing the battle's course strategically. Pressing buttons on the monitor, Typical nerd opened the chest with his next item. His dream of a powerful weapon again didn't come true, but hope for the best still remained. He got a magic wand with which you can create several blades per second. To strengthen combat capability, this, of course, was very useful. He gave orders to blacksmiths and architects about creating new firearms samples and erecting defensive walls around the city's most important points. After this, the Imperial Army commander went to Kirim and ordered her to prepare air artifacts for the upcoming battle with flying monsters. Toward evening of the same day, he gathered everyone in the estate's backyard and explained this time monsters capable of flying would appear, so they needed to be extremely attentive. At this time, Neelan stood apart from everyone and watched from afar what was happening. When the prince asked her what was wrong, the girl became embarrassed and, without answering, ran away. Darku behaved similarly. To the commander's question what happened, he mumbled something incoherently and again plunged into deep thoughts, silently standing. And only old woman Torona knew what happened with these two, but decided not to interfere in youth's affairs, since she was already considered a lady with quirks and oddities. And only Lucas was always collected, fit, faithful to his cause, and Lord Evershade, demonstrating an example of discipline and reliability in any situations. The team of best fighters, led by the young lord, again went under the lake to explore distant terrain, preparing for new, unexpected, and dangerous trials. Having walked kilometers of dungeons, the guys practically approached the capital of Empire Grantis. In the distance were visible majestic chambers of dark peaks and city fortifications hidden by fog. But their path was blocked by a giant gargoyle, something between an overgrown moron and a dinosaur, whose appearance caused horror even in the bravest and most experienced fighters. Having chopped it in two with his sword, Neelan and the others saw dozens of flying gargoyles in the sky, ready to attack and with a threat to destroy everything in their path in this battle. Typical nerd sitting before the monitor sincerely didn't envy his characters in this battle, because new enemies were resistant to almost all types of weapons. But for characters, everything happening wasn't a game, but reality, and they had to solve problems here and now, acting quickly and calculating every step. In this battle on the way to the Empire's capital, it's worth emphasizing the importance of Mage Torona's presence. Her skills exterminated gargoyles in batches without mercy. Typical nerd watched tenderly how this old woman frolicked and directly smelled with his nose a salary increase for special services to the Emperor. On the battlefield, it was also impossible to do without first and second rank knights. Lucas and Neelan, since Lucas led very thoughtful and competent military tactics. Neelan relied more on equipment inherited from her father than on her personal experience, but knew how to quickly adapt to new circumstances. Sniper Darkhoots and His Highness Evershade's abilities weren't required yet. They watched what was happening from the side so as not to interfere with the developing battle. Next stage, room number 1, killing the boss was routine business, but this time a golden gargoyle appeared here, and sick people were better not taken along. Her gold fever almost ruined everyone. The beast came alive and decided to shake things up so that Torona almost went to her ancestors prematurely. They had to send Lucas and Neelan to save the former captain of the 2nd Squadron, since mages don't just lie on the road, and waiting for help is useless. Engaging with the young ones, the gargoyle threw the old woman into the far corner of the room, from where she, apologizing to the team, crawled to her commander, trying to justify herself. Having decided things were bad, Ash applied his new item in practice, the magic wand, which, according to description, completely subordinates the victim's will and actions to the owner. After several manipulations with the magic wand, the golden gargoyle literally crumbled to pieces and quietly collapsed on the cold floor, noisily crumbling. When the opponent was subdued, the prince approached Torona and gave a strict reprimand for her bouts of gold fever. Madame apologized and promised to keep herself in check. In the golden gargoyle's chest was a golden cloak with the effect of imposing fear on enemies. An excellent thing for the team's hero's older generation, without doubt. The golden cloak was solemnly presented to Disobedient, but so important in the Team Torona, and she nodded restrainedly, understanding all the seriousness of the present moment. On the way, the guys ran into huge royal gates that open only when attacking the human world or when meeting special conditions, carefully guarded. Having come to the safe zone, the whole company found itself in complete silence. Emptiness and unusual silence here were frightening. Guys carefully looked around, tensely silent. And it turned out on both sides sat motionless rows of gargoyles. They didn't attack, didn't growl, peacefully watched, as if awaiting orders, motionlessly keeping order in shadow. And a little further behind them stood archers with masks on faces. But how familiar for Evershade were these masks, like ghosts of the past, causing a slight chill down the spine. Inside the prince, everything chilled from fear, but outwardly, he looked calm, imperturbable. Greeted all those present and through a smile tried to hide internal tension. But from their facial expressions it was visible guests weren't welcome, and it wasn't a fact they'd even treat them to tea. Tension hung in the air, like an invisible leash pulling behind. Suddenly from the crowd, a low, even, sexy voice was heard, which no one here expected to hear, but it seemed strangely familiar to the prince. The Imperial Army commander suddenly lost it, and shouted into the darkness, to the stranger to come into the light, if he was, of course, a man and ready for meeting with the army. And suddenly from the crowd began appearing a short figure, in a cap hood and long flared cloak, which slowly approached the soldiers. The piper, this is the one who tooted on the flute during the Ratmen invasion, the famous Jester Phantom, now stood before soldiers, causing mixed feelings. Now this scumbag stood opposite brave soldiers, and with obvious contempt looked at fighters loyal to their empire, as if testing their patience and courage. Bowing forward slightly, the stranger called himself disloyal to the empire, former court musician Carl, which surprised everyone and made part of the army fall silent. And then typical nerd remembered this dude from the last round of the game. Then he was quite harmless and funny character for all players. These people in masks were there too, but typical nerd didn't remember their abilities. Apparently, they weren't too important for the course of events and didn't leave vivid impressions. And then Carl asked Ash, "How's the game going?" But why did he start talking about the game? Could he have guessed the prince here isn't real, but typical nerd himself is now in the game? Von Hyde didn't betray his excitement, but learned from his interlocutor he wasn't welcome here, and understood he'd have to act cautiously, not to provoke conflict. When archers prepared for battle, Ash understood it was time to act. He decided to activate his new skill, mind control, acting decisively. And strangely enough, it worked the first time. All soldiers of the piper flutist froze in place, like living statues, and couldn't move a step. The guy's company hastened to leave while mind control worked. Leaving, the Lord promised this wasn't the last meeting and left behind confidence in the future. Carl watched them leave and understood the prince's skills had significantly expanded. The archers missed, and they released arrows, but couldn't achieve accurate hit. Nilin waited for this maneuver and prepared a shield to protect from arrows, instantly reacting to the opponent's movement and demonstrating amazing agility and reaction. Now archers resorted to magic. They sent wind and flame after the Lord and his friends, a hellish mixture of elements, demolishing everything in its path without mercy. Having looked at this performance, old woman Torona declared she would now show them what it means to play magical chess. She launched at them a couple of strongest maneuvers, but the response to her was stunning, in the literal sense. Typical nerd ran to the teleportation point trying to escape from Torona's magic's destructive power. Glory to the holy squirrel. As deceased Charon said, they managed to slip back home. Limping and wheezing, Torona asked to pour her 100 grams of white for strength recovery. Evershade after this trip sat long in the temple and thought about the game, about reality, about his capabilities, and couldn't decide what to do if something went wrong. The prince visited in the hospital, his oldest soldier, and Torona was in serious condition, and it's unknown when she would fully come to herself. Ash thought to replace Granny with Kirim, but she wasn't so experienced and didn't want to work at all, so the decision was postponed for later, without haste. When everyone in the estate went to sleep, the young lord paced the gloomy corridor, thinking everything through, trying to find the right and correct solution to the situation. Suddenly, the city manager, game creator, director of Empire Defense ran into him, and Ash even tripped him, from which he collapsed right on the floor, in surprise. But, as if nothing had happened, he stood up and reported very important information. There would be no help. Soldiers sent from the capital escaped on the way to the military base. Here, typical nerd, and the Lord in principle too, lost it, and he began strangling Adar for being inactive even in the most difficult and critical moment. Having broken free from the death grip, the Four Eyes began chattering. He entered all these fugitives' data into the database to prove his complete professionalism and ability to work. Ash Googled, and it turned out these fugitives were extremely dangerous criminals, but they were sent here as military help for the Third Prince's army. The Four Eyes, in proof of his complete professionalism, found the place where they went to ground, carefully studying the terrain and accounting for all details of possible defense. Half an hour later, Von Hyde's entire company was approaching that place. The guys liked to fool around even at work, and this added a bit of chaos to the serious situation. The escort squad's chief swore and vowed it wasn't he who helped dangerous repeat offenders escape, and the Third Prince believed him completely. Having walked to the place where presumably the convicts hid, the Lord and his subordinates carefully went inside, carefully looking at every corner. There, a terrible sight met them. Corpses with knives in their backs lay scattered throughout the yard, and blood still in fresh tracks flowed down stones. In the house they found one of the bandits, who confusedly told how they stopped carriages on the road and mercilessly robbed them, hiding from the guard. But they didn't know prisoners were in the carriage, and, when they opened the door, saw them but didn't manage to neutralize. Those ran away swiftly. Ash listened to this delusional report, and only two things interested him. Who hated him so much in the Empire's capital, and where now were these damn prisoners? The Lord informed the escort squad's chief that upon returning to the estate he would receive lifelong punishment for negligence and failure of the entire operation. Suddenly, Nalin called everyone to this dilapidated shack's backyard. There, standing on their knees, were all 5 criminals, having chained themselves and not wanting to run away. Judging by race and hair color, these were ordinary court elves, who were previously seen at balls and holidays at court, but no one expected trouble. Despite the fact help came supposedly defective, Evershade was glad even for this, since any help in such a situation seemed priceless and very timely. This was the capital's secret squad of the Empire, performing all dirty work. ICA's Counterintelligence Corps. Google gave such information at typical nerd's request. After the prince told captives part of the truth about themselves, one of the 5 began supplementing what was said with surnames and ranks they had in service. Ash read the resolution about sending these 5 falcons to him in the regiment, and the signature at the bottom seemed too familiar to him and evoked memories. And typical nerd also Googled information about possible reasons why they didn't want to escape, but on the contrary, so persistently asked to carry out their execution. It turned out their relatives were in enemy captivity, and after criminals' execution, their relatives would be freed. The prince said he himself would decide what to do with reinforcement. Von Hyde explained to his captives in simple words, "If you're killed, it's not a fact relatives will be pardoned, and if you serve the Imperial Army's prince, there's a chance to rehabilitate. Moreover, the place where prisoners' relatives are kept might be destroyed during new offensive of flying gargoyles. So it needs to be defended and strategy preserved." 5 death row inmates stood before a difficult choice, their own meaningless death or a chance to save relatives, which gave hope for the future and chance to survive. In the end, they made a unanimous decision to serve faithfully and truly the Third Prince and have the opportunity to save their relatives, preserving honor and duty. That's how you need to know how to negotiate. Conducting dialogue with the opponent turns out not difficult. You just need to show him the real benefit of entering the deal. Upon arriving at the place, all 5 captives were secretly placed in the Lord's estate, and the security chief was informed. The execution was carried out. The opportunity to take a bath and clean beds, they rejoiced like children. Essentially, they were still children, despite their adult and serious positions. To somehow establish contact, Ash filled a full basket of treats and came to the condemned in the room. Dinner passed in a relaxed, almost homely atmosphere. During morning formation, each of the mercenaries told in detail about his skills, abilities, and features, so Ash understood each fighter's strong sides. Previously, they were under the command of the Counterintelligence Corps Commander-in-Chief, Second Prince Alpha, who with strict methods kept the entire squad in constant readiness. As a sign of their devotion to His Highness, captives handed over the control panel for their collars. In case of disobedience, Ash just needed to press a button and collars would explode. Especially for elves, the Lord hired an experienced vegetarian cuisine cook who knew how to prepare the most unusual dishes from fresh and rare ingredients. Coming to the forge, Evershade picked up his new order, a golden mana core made from Nellen's broken equipment, carefully checking the blacksmith's work quality. And the blacksmith also gave 3 pistols of Cerberus brand. This name was invented by typical nerd. Each of 3 specimens looked perfect, and Ash couldn't stop playing with them. Each of 3 weapons specimens was made with ideal precision and balance. Ash went through them, experiencing excitement and desire to test them as soon as possible. Von Hyde also asked to create another golden mana core, capable of holding incredible power and also strengthen its properties for future battles. And another armor from Boss Equipment, but this armor should be light, flexible, and more similar to magical attire, suitable for casters and wizards. Next the Lord visited were alchemists. He instructed them in detail about repairing the wind artifact and its magical calibration. Well, and how could it be without Kirim? The Imperial Army commander came to cheer her up and inform about preparation for new war, and also discuss the territory defense plan. Kirim asked to bring to her 5 captives, since she wished to be their mentor, teach them new skills, and help them fully reveal hidden abilities. Kirim, not missing the boss's good mood, asked to appoint her head of the archive, and Ash, appreciating the initiative, without hesitation agreed to her proposal. Having reviewed the program of upcoming events, typical nerd was shocked that now there would be 2 bosses in the game, and this would significantly complicate upcoming missions. When the Lord brought the elves' commander to meet Kirim, the girl changed in face and quickly called the commander aside to discuss personal affairs and old grievances. Kirim told that once, precisely because of elves, she lost her family and experienced much, and now didn't trust them completely because of previous tragedies. Her parents once sheltered an elf family in their home, and those a year later let into their village an entire army of goblins who completely exterminated the area's residents without mercy. Kirim warned her commander that these captives, despite good treatment toward them, at any minute could betray him. At this time, the elves' commander approached closer to Kirim and began apologizing for accidentally hearing their conversation and for all evil elves caused her. He spoke right words about a common enemy, about what he was doing, so his team would live at least one more day, and sincerely asked for trust in himself. But Kirim was adamant in her conviction and unwillingness to work together with him, although she agreed to endure this time and not start conflict. Watching their conversation, Ash was sincerely and unpleasantly surprised by Kirim's second eye. He couldn't even think this girl knew how to hate someone. Leaving the office, the elves' commander asked why Ash trusted them. To which Evershade answered he was here temporarily and didn't particularly worry. The next day, Ash and Lucas brought military uniforms for fair-haired recruits who should have been killed, but they were lucky, or unlucky, unknown. The Shadow Squad was fully equipped with new military uniform and shoes. They were also issued camouflage uniforms for covert operations and night raids. 2 days later, the siege of Von Hyde's fortress began. Internal conflicts among his inner circle worried, but now, most important was only victory over the enemy. The sky suddenly became covered with black storm clouds, but weather wasn't a hindrance for gargoyles' flights, who flew in flocks over the fortress, ready to attack. Gunsmiths had already taken their positions. The prince came out to them and gave a command not to relax and not spare projectiles in battle. According to His Highness, the only thing gunsmiths should do throughout the battle was fire from guns 24/7 without break. As a result of such fire activity, there hadn't been in this area since the world's creation. From burning cores, the cobblestones at the fort's foot suddenly choked. Since this time the Empire's enemy had the ability to fly, defeat was received with air-to-air calculation and hits inflicted maximum damage on him. Besides simple firing at target at flight level, an air death trap was created, where gargoyles flew like moths to light and immediately suffered defeat. At the general meeting of top military leadership, gargoyle physiological abilities were discussed, since they fly due to magical influences and their unusual strength. The wind artifact can help with this, which was recently modernized by local alchemists and now capable of blocking part of the enemy's magical energy. Fire just burns them, but doesn't land and doesn't deprive of life. Consequently, it's necessary to deprive them of this magical influence for complete threat neutralization. Kirem applied a massive efforts for coordinated work and artifact reloading, so each installation worked without failures and provided maximum effect. Thanks to strategic thinking of His Highness, the Third Prince, and newest technologies, it was possible to eliminate gargoyles' flight skills completely and forever. When flying creatures began falling from the sky to earth, most of them died, and the rest were finished off by ground troops, leaving no chances to survive. Before the second wave of gargoyles' offensive, the commander apologized to his soldiers for what he would now do, and added, it was unpleasant for him to be so superstitious. He ordered his inner circle to turn their backs to him, after which he lightly beat them with the magic wand, believing this would give them more strength and confidence. Darkhoot was the first to feel the effect of this ritual. In a second, he matured, strengthened, and cheered up. The same unexpectedly happened with other squad fighters. The break between attacks ended, and the sky again rippled from gargoyles. They, like locusts, flew to slaughter, sparing no one, piercing everything around with their onslaught. The young lord was so confident in his victory, he even managed from time to time to put his appearance in order, checking the form and shine of armor. Then everything spun, whirled. It was difficult to make out who was friend and who was foe in this whirlpool of death, but team and gun's cohesion helped survive. A bit later, Ash was fortunate to see Lucas's new skill, Dash. Speed together with Flash was spectacular, lightning fast, and left everyone in admiration. The moment came to implement the captive's Shadow Squad into the combat collective. They came out onto the observation deck, under colleagues' close and attentive gazes. Elves rolled out Vulcan, a combat installation with a crown of rotating barrels. Erases everything within a radius of 200 meters, created for suppressing armies and storming fortresses. At this moment, typical nerd got a bit distracted by SMS in the game. It reported that 2 bosses were already invisibly on the battlefield. Von Hyde began looking more carefully into the distance, and for now couldn't make out anything except dust, fire, and gargoyles around the fortress. But after a few moments, the air shuddered, earth swayed, and over the fortress suddenly hung the huge carcass of a mighty boss, threatening everyone. This was the Legion's leader himself. He perched on the observation deck's edge, thrusting claws into the reinforced concrete slab, preparing to attack the daredevils. At this time, at the place where artifacts were installed, the second boss was landing, trying to crush with his weight such important weapons for the entire battle. At the place of those artifacts where the second boss fell was Kirem. As a result, the girl flew out of the wheelchair and was falling down, losing control. The elf's commander caught her in his arms, exactly the one to whom she said to his face about her hatred for his entire race, saving her life without hesitation. His Highness watched the historical course of events and was pleased with his game as well as all actions and strategies of characters involved in the battle. To avoid destroying all artifacts, some of them were installed in different places. The time came for Kirem to carefully activate part of them. But the girl lost her wheelchair, and without it couldn't move. Then Reuben, that was the elf's commander's name, carefully picked her up in his arms and carried her to artifacts. For close combat with gargoyles, the prince sent his most experienced fighters, Nalin and Lucas. It was visible these guys wanted to enter the history of battles for the Empire. 2 second-ranked knights, armed to the teeth. This is a big striking fist, but not so strong as to completely fell such 2 massive bosses' carcasses. Gargoyles' bosses wore super fashionable armored armor, and under them, flesh in magical shell. First need to break armor, then with Cerberus remove protection. 3 from the Shadow Squad were wounded. This significantly reduced Von Hyde's Imperial Army combat readiness, but reflecting on losses now was absolutely not the time. Despite the fact bosses were still on their feet, alive and well, as they say, Lucas and Nellen also stood unshakably, although shield and spears bent slightly from blows. Finally, Kirem reported the artifact, Magical Amplifier, was fully charged and ready for battle. Oh, how long everyone waited for this moment. and the artifact was launched. But its impact power was increased due to activation of the third prince's skill, Commander's Eye. This worked on the principle of establishing eye contact with the victim. When contact with the victim's body was established, Ash gave a command to one of the boss's subconscious to kill his comrade. The thing is, gargoyles aren't resistant to magic. The command was immediately executed. One boss attacked another, and scraps of metal together with flesh flew in different directions, striking everyone around. But the Commander's Eye skill also had a negative effect. Physical and magical forces left Evershade's body, and he barely stood on his feet, struggling to hold on. Although the spectacle of one creature's absorption due to another's madness left no one indifferent, even the prince gained strength from this. When the gargoyle boss was left alone, that didn't mean it was time to chill. Lucas and Neelan kept him at bay, but they couldn't shut him down completely. That's when the Shadow Squad rolled back into the fight at full strength. Darkhood turned out to be useful not just on offense, but he also threw in his healing skills right on time. Fire aimed dead at one target and boosted by elven magic became one hell of a deadly combo that the gargoyle brass had no easy answer for. Ah, that clumsiness of Neelan's. Not the time to eat dirt. Good thing Lucas was nearby and managed to grab the rebel chick by the scruff, otherwise she'd have gone flying straight to the big guy. In the end, the elves' prolonged fire attack melted boss number 2's souls. The granite and metal of his body started to melt, turning into gooey slime. But the effect wore off quick. Gathering what strength he had left, the gargoyle boss moved toward the gamer, and Ash frantically ran through ways to finish him off in his head. And then a bright fire flash ripped out from the direction of the artifacts, lighting up everything around. The boss's factory settings glitched again, and Kirem became the new enemy. He was next to the girl in a flash, breathing death right in her face. Her heart was pounding, the wind was whipping her red braid, and she was ready to die. Suddenly, Ruby stepped between Kirem and the monster. Not wasting a second, he activated metal shape-shifting and cut off the creature's paw with the power of thought. Now that the protective armor was breached, all Kirem had to do was land another crushing magical blow. The girl pulled herself together and did it. After the danger had finally passed, Kirem asked Ruby why the hell he even saved her, and suddenly clearly felt something more in this act than just dry military duty. The elf commander looked at Kirem with quiet tenderness and firmly answered that he did it only so as not to lose a valuable soldier of the Imperial Army. Lucas and Nalene walked up to Evershade, started apologizing for the mistakes they made at the most critical moment of the battle, and asked to be punished according to wartime laws. Von Hades sharply ordered them to cut the emotions and focus on destroying the 40 gargoyles that they'd still only managed to hold back through their efforts. Suddenly, the gunsmiths opened heavy fire on those same 40 rank-and-file bastards, and under that cover, the flock of commander gargoyles crumbled into black charcoal. It looked epic, badass, unexpected, and even pleasant, and His Highness was satisfied with such a reckless but absolutely correct decision. Ash looked up at the sky and didn't see a single gargoyle there, which genuinely pleased him, because it clearly meant that another battle had ended in victory. This was a victory not only for him as a commander, but for all the loyal soldiers of the Imperial Army who looked at him like a god of war, not just some regular dude. Typical Nerd ordered all survivors to collect the wounded, get them to the hospital ASAP, check the fortress damage, and draw conclusions to get stronger. Before leaving the observation deck, Ash thanked the warriors for their courage, bravery, and professionalism, and announced that today's celebration was on him. The elf commander Ruby was carried out on a stretcher. Kirem watched him with a heavy, sad look, understanding that she couldn't get closer, and wish him a speedy recovery. Ruby's wounds turned out to be extremely severe, but oddly enough, he stayed conscious and calmly answered questions. However, his arm around the elbow area wasn't moving at all anymore. A nurse from the infirmary located on temple grounds informed typical Nerd that Ruby's arm would have to be amputated, and the main elf had already given consent for it. 4 of the elf's subordinates stood at the hospital doors and looked at the Lord in confusion. He explained the situation to them, but they replied that the commander had already lost an arm in battle. Ash went out to the people in the square and, raising a mug of beer, loudly made a toast that the Southern Front ain't gonna fold. That's how the victory celebration and his promotion party kicked off. Noticing the fussy Adar in the crowd, carrying food on trays, Von Hode called the dogtail over to him and ordered him to urgently send food to the hospital. When this punk started whining that he wasn't getting everything done, Ash wanted to throttle him, but seeing Kiram nearby, he held back and just coldly repeated the order. Returning to the thick of the celebrating crowd, the third prince decided to prove to his subjects that he knew not only how to fight, but also how to drink. The contest condition was to down 10 mugs of beer. I think it's not hard to guess who became the winner of all these sketchy competitions. Of course it was Ash von Hade, His Highness the Third Prince and newly minted milord. Kerem waited for Ruby to come to after the operation. He opened his eyes and was shocked to see Kerem nearby and realize that they'd amputated both his arms. Kerem, seeing his distress, repeated the doctor's words to him. The condition of both arms was critical. There was no time to wait for consent. A lump pressed her throat as she looked at the handsome, strong guy who lost both arms because of her. Tears rolled down. She turned away. She repeated her question again. Why did the commander of the Shadow Squad, just part of the main army, risk himself like that? Then Ruby admitted in a hoarse voice that his mother, once captured, lost the ability to walk. He decided to help Kerem. So this young man, whom Kerem had hated so much from their first meeting, saved her at the cost of his own life, losing both arms. It's impossible to process. Kerem remembered that she was just a regular girl and let herself bawl her eyes out. She felt sorry not only for Ruby, but for herself too. She didn't know how to live with the truth. It hurt to realize that the person she'd said so many bad words to his face had shown her generosity. She felt unworthy to live. The girl rolled a table with food and drinks that Idar had finally delivered to the patient's bed. She fed the soldier by hand, not looking away. It was a strange, quiet, and sad victory evening, which they decided to drink to despite the doctor's ban on alcohol. Their mood lifted a bit. Meanwhile, while the armless guy and legless girl lamented their fate, the victory celebration in the city square was going full swing. Outside the window, dirty songs and jokes could be heard coming from there. Dawn slowly started to break, and people gradually headed home. Closer to noon, the prince woke up in his bed. Wait, no, my bad, not in his, and not alone, but with some chick. What the fuck is this? This chick's a dude, and not even his type. Why the hell did he drink so much vodka? And the little man who woke up next to him smiled sweetly and greeted his milord. Looking around the gloomy and stuffy room, typical nerd totally lost his shit. This was a barracks full of half-naked soldiers. Who the hell allowed them to appear like this in front of the commander? Well, damn. He said the last phrase out loud. And then the soldiers answered that he was the one who ordered them yesterday. Clothes off, free the tits and dicks. They didn't dare disobey. Typical nerd was never known as a teetotaler or a prude, but before he couldn't even imagine that he was capable of throwing a party on such a scale. The next embarrassment with delivery happened when naked Lucas came up to Ash. Lucas without armor is some kind of aesthetic knockout. The young soldier was happy to see his commander in good health and invited him to the public bath. Turns out, this is how it's done here. Everyone washes up after battle. This custom reminded typical nerd of the situation from Enjoy Your Bath. And everything would be cool if he could invite girls here. Ash was scared to suggest it. What happened next sent typical nerd's shock into an unconscious state. All the bathhouses that were here were filled with soldiers, no room to swing a cat. After the steam room, Von Hade settled into the common lounge, but he didn't get to be alone for long. Nellin and Kiram came up to him and greeted him. Then before the prince appeared like Aphrodite, emerging from sea foam. He barely recognized the nurse from Miji's hospital, who's quite the flirt. Ash knew that she was the one who operated on Ruby yesterday. He asked about the patient's condition, and Miji answered that she applied magical bandages. He was on the mend. People started gathering in the lounge, coming out of the steam rooms. They joked, laughed, and typical nerd realized that these weren't just game characters, but regular people. Suddenly, out of breath, Lucas and Darkut ran up, whom Ash had sent for beer. They brought boiled eggs, which in these parts were considered a real delicacy. Besides the eggs, the guys brought a whole jug of beer. He was surprised. Can they read minds or what? Because he'd just been thinking that cold beer was missing. Be that as it may, Ash suggested inviting Kirem and Nellin to join the company. The hangover turned out to be fun, despite the doctor's ban on alcohol. During a break between toasts and snacks, Typical Nerd opened the status window. There was already info about the next battle, which was going to be tougher than the previous one. Suddenly, a tall, stately young man came up to the commander, introduced himself as Jan, and presented Ash with a complaint for refusing their regiment to participate in battles. Typical Nerd knew that this legion was equipped with powerful weapons and was famous for endurance. The guy acted cocky and asked not to let them rust during the next battle. In an attempt to humble the cocky bastard a bit, Ash said that proving your superiority needed to be done with actions, not words. To this, the arrogant one responded with an invitation to a team competition. Rumors about the upcoming duel spread fast, and by evening a lot of spectacle lovers gathered at the main arena of Grave City. By that time, Lucas and Nellin were already itching for a beatdown. A battle for the honor of the uniform was shaping up, so they volunteered to kick off the competition. It's worth noting that the opponent was worthy. Their physical capabilities and skills in the first minutes were almost on par with experienced fighters. 5 against 1, is that like the norm for them? Thought Nellin. Seeing that she was physically developed, they piled on her shield, and one lady hit her hard on the leg. Nellin awkwardly fell on her back, spreading her legs to the sides. Such was the outcome of this unfair fight with the new team, full of show-offs. But Lucas handled it with his left hand. In no time, our handsome dude whooped a pretty well-equipped fighter, despite the ban on using certain techniques. To avenge their injured comrade, 4 of his colleagues rushed at Lucas. Not hard to guess that Lucas won this fight too. To great surprise, the judges gave an honest score of the competition. Lucas stood in the center of the arena, and the judge solemnly raised the winner's hand. Jan couldn't help but admit to himself that he admired the Lord and his team. The guy dropped to his knees and no longer hoped that he'd be considered a worthy opponent. The prince, as a sign of reconciliation and respect, shook Jan's hand and apologized for immediately underestimating the professionalism of these guys. The group was thrilled with the interaction. At the end of the conversation, they lined up in a row and swore allegiance to His Highness, the third prince and the Empire's army, vowing to serve faithfully and truly. Typical Nerd from time to time reviewed the further game's strategic program, and he was satisfied with the further course of events. From Jan and his guys, a second subgroup of mercenaries for strategically important squads was formed and put under Nellin's command, who led them into the dungeon. Lucas, having not the slightest idea about what was happening beyond his level, was very worried about sending the guys into the dungeon under the lake. Ash assured the young warrior that he gave them a clear order not to go beyond the main camp area, and that he implemented additional protection for newbies. Ash remembered his recent conversation with the dog Adar, who informed him that after another testing, squad battles were forbidden. Learning that Vaughn had independently implemented a special protection system for newbies, Idar whispered a warning to him about punishment for such a violation. At that moment, an out-of-breath Darkhoot ran into Evershade's office and reported good news. The former captain of Torona's 2nd Squadron had finally regained consciousness. Meanwhile, a meticulously dressed young man with a pipe in his hands approached the northern gates of the residence of the 3rd Prince Ash von Hade. The 3rd Prince, despite his status, hurried to check on his old, loyal soldier in a skirt and Mistress of Lightning, Torona. She didn't expect this visit, but she was pleasantly surprised by her cute young visitor. It should be noted that Torona loved handsome men in uniform, and in her time gave them no peace. After all, she used to be a local beauty, an honor student with a good reputation, dedicating herself to military affairs. She didn't forget about her femininity and romantic inclinations. Even now, having multiple injuries and problems with her mana circulation circle, which was still short-circuiting, she didn't look like a pathetic old woman, but a dreamy girl. When Ash asked her why she was still working, Torona didn't answer, but thoughtfully looked out the window. Some unspoken secret of hers hung in the air. To lighten the mood, Von Hade told Torona that he dreamed of building his own hotel in the city, in which his faithful captain of the 2nd Squadron would be a VIP client. The commander promised that he'd give her the best room with a beautiful view from the window in which everything would be included: whiskey, cigarettes, and the best food on the house's tab on a permanent basis. The second part especially pleased the patient, despite the fact that this was still just dreams for now. That's how people of 2 generations spent time, cheerfully and casually. When Ash was already about to leave, Madame Torona asked how he could come without whiskey. It was like some kind of déjà vu, because typical nerd was expecting that question from her. On the way home, Evershade asked Maggie about the health of the elf commander, Ruby. Unlike Torona, he was recovering quickly, although rehabilitation was required. Due to circumstances, typical nerd started to noticeably stress about the next battle, which would have to be conducted without 2 participants, the Mistress of Lightning and the Master of Metal. After an extraordinary meeting behind closed doors with Lucas, Von Hade decided to replenish the ranks of the Imperial Army with new fighters. For this purpose, the loyal friends went to the city-state guild of mercenaries. Entering the main office, they were genuinely surprised by what they saw. On one of the chairs sat a person dressed in the latest fashion of these parts, and around him flowed a golden, incomprehensible glow, resembling an aura. This both amazed and scared typical nerd. He sharply jumped up to the unfamiliar character and, not mincing words, demanded an explanation of who he was and from what fairy tale he even appeared here. Looking more closely, Ash realized that before him was a young girl, and quite cute at that. Plus, she vaguely reminded him of someone familiar and carried herself very carefully and primly. When the prince asked what she was doing here, she calmly replied that she was looking for her grandmother. Only one person immediately came to Evershade's mind: the captain of the 2nd Squadron, Torona. The girl confidently stated that she was her actual granddaughter. Not believing her word, typical nerd checked the system data and made sure she really wasn't lying. From the character summary, he also learned that the girl's name was Camila. She was 25 years old, and she was capable of wielding all elements of magic simultaneously. When Ash asked why Torona never mentioned her, the girl replied that Granny wasn't particularly interested in her, and probably didn't even remember when her granddaughter's birthday was. At this moment, Ash decided that the smartest thing would be to introduce himself formally. He stood before the sweet lady and stated his full name, title, and all ranks. Hearing her companion's name, Camilla noticeably got flustered and nervous. She started stammering apologies to the prince for not recognizing him and behaving inappropriately. He calmly listened to her and understood that he couldn't let such valuable treasure slip away. Evershade asked directly if she'd like to serve him for decent pay and a bunch of privileges. However, the girl promised to think about the offer. Learning the address of the hospital where Granny was being treated, she hurried off to her. After she left, a light scent of violets remained in the air. Ash liked this, but Lucas turned out to be far less romantic. He was troubled by the thought that Torona also had a kid. Remembering Torona's bachelor lifestyle and behavior, the guys were genuinely surprised that she had a granddaughter. Although, on the other hand, why else would she work so hard all her life? Suddenly, Lucas cleared his throat, carefully leaned to the commander's ear, and whispered that if Granny has a kid and a granddaughter, then somewhere there should be a husband too. Meanwhile, the patient sat in the ward and, looking at her uniform, remembered good and bad moments of life. She acutely felt the approach of the end. Suddenly, the door flew open, and she entered, the one the captain of the 2nd Squadron was a bit afraid of. Camilla smiled mockingly. Malice could be read in her gaze. She extended her hand and directly said that she came for money. Granny owed her big time lately. Torona listened silently, which was totally unlike her. Then she quietly said that she no longer had her former earnings, because after being kicked out of official service, she was forced to work as an illegal mercenary for much less pay. To this, the granddaughter replied that she also decided to enter the service of His Highness. The salary might be small, but it's still better than nothing at all. Torona tried to talk her out of it. Besides, she asked her not to show her magical abilities there. Grandma didn't want her granddaughter testing her youth and strength right on the front lines. Torona also said something about how Ash was no simple person, like he wasn't quite from this world. But the girl had already gone far and didn't hear the last words. By the end of the workday, the Lord's carriage pulled up to the estate. Suddenly, the prince cried out, reading in the game summary about receiving new items and the appearance of enemies for the 5th battle. From the cry, the carriage stopped sharply, and an alarmed Lucas threw open the door. The guy looked at the commander in fright, but he calmly replied that everything was fine and they could keep going. Thoughts chaotically swarmed in Ash's head. He understood that the basic potion, fire scroll, and blood shards he received were items for conducting the undead battle. Suddenly, on the city road, Ash noticed Camilla walking. He opened the carriage door and on the move informed her that he was taking her into service, not even waiting for consent because he needed strong fighters. Sitting by the window until morning, Evershade understood that the next battle would be with vampires because blood shards were their characteristic attribute. And somewhere in the dungeon sat a rat catcher and couldn't remember since when he'd been playing the flute and wearing a mask. He knew the legend about the one who led rats out of the village, but didn't remember when he himself became part of it. Carl's thoughts were sharply interrupted by a messenger. He reported that very soon there would be an audience with the Demon King, and the rat catcher understood that he was obliged to be there. That same evening, Carl headed to the Demon King's palace. Passing by the guard corridor, he heard the whisper of guards mocking his appearance. Sitting before the face of DK, the rat catcher listened to several reproaches for being late. The creature opposite was the embodiment of nightmares that ordinary mortal people are scared with. Essentially, he was nothing special, but desperately wanted to seem better and more important. Carl was forced to obey him because he had no other choice. That night, at the meeting, the fate of the residents of Grave City and the entire empire was being decided. An invasion of the human world was being prepared under the lake, and Phobion volunteered to lead it. He explained his eagerness to participate in the operation as a desire to avenge the death of the Spider Queen. No one asked him anything else. This motive was enough. Having received consent to act immediately, Phobion swore allegiance to the Demon King, bowed out, and, rejoicing at his new position, left the kingdom. A few minutes later, a servant entered the meeting hall where the Demon King remained and reported that the Nameless One was coming. He meant Velra. The girl fearlessly appeared before the Demon King, holding a sword from whose tip thick brown streams of inhuman blood dripped. Before DK's face, Velra held herself confidently. It was clear that they weren't meeting for the first time. She immediately stated the reason for her visit. She came to kill him. This really sounded funny, and consequently, the Demon King's laughter filled even the far corners of the dungeon in loud peals and resembled hysteria. Watching these petty little people, the one who doesn't remember her name and the one whose will was broken long ago, DK understood the nature of human nightmares even more. Velra rushed at the Demon King with a sword with the words, "When it starts to seem to me that there's too much darkness in the world, I focus my attention on the light of my soul." The sharp sword entered his flesh like a knife into warm butter. From pain and surprise, the Demon King cried out loudly, but Velra was in no hurry to remove the blade. A meeting with the second subgroup of mercenaries for strategically important squads, autonomous reconnaissance, was taking place at the residence of the third prince, Ash von Hade. And Evershade demanded a report. The guys started describing what was happening under the lake all at once. On the way to the dungeon, they encountered ghouls, living dead who tried to infect them. Typical nerd had watched plenty of movies and TV shows about ghouls. But back then, sitting in his room with popcorn and cola in hand, it wasn't as scary to watch these half-dead freaks. Lucas had never encountered ghouls, but knew about them from books. He listened to John and Nellen's story and felt goosebumps running down his back under his armor. Either Jan was embellishing a bit for show or he was telling the truth. But the point was that these creatures tried to infect the guys with dead blood. Ash felt like his roof was quietly sliding off, rustling like slate. But here he wasn't a gamer, but a commander, so he needed to hold it together and not stain the honor of the uniform. Lucas listened carefully to the commander's story about who vampires are and how you can get rid of them. He couldn't help but wonder where the young milord knew so much about the creatures. Ash wasn't so much filling Lucas in on details as running everything through his head himself. He was drawing conclusions and building a strategy to destroy the new batch of enemies for the 5th battle. Typical nerd understood that besides him and Idar, the game creator, someone else was managing the process. And this someone was stronger and more important than all of them put together. His eyes were very tired, his back ached. On the monitor it seemed like an inscription about game over was looming. But typical nerd, as an experienced gamer, wasn't going to give up. Clutching his head in his hands, the third prince thought bitterly that neither Torona, Mistress of Lightning, nor Ruby would be with him in this confrontation. It was time to bring Camilla, Torona's granddaughter, into the main lineup. His Highness introduced the girl to the guys, and she immediately hit it off with them. But Evershade's thoughts were far away. He thought about the upcoming battle and imagined how many infected would be among the soldiers and locals. Camilla had no hang-ups and talked to the prince like he was just a regular guy from the yard. Ash tolerated this because he desperately needed her abilities. He asked what else she could do, but the girl preferred to stay silent. Instead of answering, she demanded an advance, but Ash refused and reminded her about business. The one who knows the schedule of events in the game also knows everything about the characters. Fox's Den and stat reduction were what Camilla decided to keep quiet about. It's about time to officially hire this lady on his staff, thought Ash, and invited Camilla to the table. But she seemed to be stalling, as if she hadn't agreed on everything yet. Standing in the opposite corner of the room, the girl was asking where she'd live and whether they'd give her a uniform. The prince answered politely and restrainedly, not showing unnecessary emotions. When this chick finally sat down at the table to sign the contract, Ash understood from her eyes that for some incomprehensible reason, she really wanted to work here. The milord directly asked if she had used her magic against people. She calmly replied yes. This meant only one thing. She was ruthless, and it wouldn't be easy with her. For some reason, he remembered Darkut with frightened eyes. At the moment when he was ordered to shoot at a person, the rat catcher with the flute. Even in war, it's important to remain human. Typical nerd understood that sooner or later, he'd still have to fight his own kind people. But for the sake of saving the Empire, and for the sake of the game's finale, he was ready. The most important team members, Lucas and Camilla, were briefed on upcoming events. Tasks clear, conditions almost impossible. Fun times, nothing to say. After listening to the new boss's instructions and the story about the injury of the former captain of the 2nd Squadron, Torona, Camilla expressed her opinion about Granny and promised revenge. That same evening in the dungeon under the lake, tests of the new fighter Camilla's skills took place. The result pleasantly surprised the commander and exceeded expectations. At the end of testing, the younger elf girl descended to the platform and reported that she checked the entire territory of the estate. No strangers were detected. Standing on the watchtower, Ash looked into the distance and understood that soon an onslaught of invincible enemies would pour from there, whom he, typical nerd, had only seen in movies before. Meanwhile, Camilla had another coughing fit. The girl covered her mouth with her palm and then saw traces of blood on her glove. 2 weeks later, Kirem came to the hospital doors to meet the fully recovered elf commander Ruby. He thanked the girl for her support and help. Ruby was completely healed. His modernized prosthetics were no different from his previous hands. He was officially returned to the ranks of the Shadow Squad. Coming to Kirem for a briefing on artifacts, Camilla was pleasantly surprised by Kirem's loyal attitude toward her. Kirem promised to support her in everything. Despite her disability, Kirem offered the third prince her help on the front lines if necessary. It was so touching on her part. To discuss the defense plan against new enemies and the offensive, the milord invited the main squads to his estate. At the gates, they met Torona. She didn't look completely healthy but stood firmly on her feet, and the tunic with awards for past merits gave her solidity and unapproachability. Coming closer, Ash asked about the purpose of her visit, and the old woman nodded toward her granddaughter, but refused to talk in front of everyone. Asked to step aside to the garden. There in the garden, Torona suddenly casually grabbed her commander by the cloak, and calling him Sonny, asked him to take her instead of her granddaughter on this operation. Suddenly the granddaughter grabbed Grandma by the hand, and from the outside, it looked like she tried to calm her down. But in reality, there had never been any close relationship between them. Camilla shamed Torona for disgracing her in front of management. She tried to persuade the former captain of the 2nd Squadron to return to the hospital, but she was stubborn. She again took the prince aside, and choosing her words, which she never did, begged to go to the front lines instead of her granddaughter. Ash didn't need all this headache. Then the soldier in a skirt offered the last option, and in her opinion, the best one. A duel between grandmother and granddaughter. Whoever proves stronger goes to war. Without waiting for consent, both pulled out their skills and started showing off to each other. Ordinary residents of Grave City thought a thunderstorm was approaching. But that wasn't a thunderstorm. Years of experience and a full set of incredible skills merged into one. His Highness, the Third Prince, witnessed it all. The confrontation ended with the defeat of years of experience. Torona, from powerlessness, dropped to her knees and even like that begged Camila not to take revenge on her. Typical nerd caught part of their conversation, but he didn't understand the true reason for their hostility toward each other. Torona left defeated. Ash watched her go. Closer to evening, Evershade gathered everyone. The Shadow Squad of Elves, the second subgroup of mercenaries of strategically important squads, and of course his main heroes. When night fell, all 15 warriors approached the portal to the dungeon under the lake. This was the largest group entering here. The strategy to gain control of the main camp consisted of properly distributing military force. Lucas and Nalene went first. Next went Ash, Darkwood, and Camilla with their magic skills. By the way, Darkwood made the decision after receiving the prince's order to shoot a person without remorse. The teleportation was successful. The entire team of 15 soldiers ended up in the dungeon under the lake. They were met by darkness and silence. But then they were surrounded. It was the rat catcher Carl and his company of dudes with crossbows and identical masks on their faces. Carl addressed Ash with a question. Why did he, a not stupid player, stick his nose in here again? Typical nerd definitely didn't like that this Carl knew that he was a gamer, and most importantly, called him that in the presence of others. Ash raised his voice and asked to be called by his name. Moreover, the prince introduced himself to this clown, naming his full name and titles, and ordered him to kneel before him and his army. In short, tried to stay in character. Behind the smile of the mask, it was unclear whether Carl was serious or not. But the main thing was that he didn't submit to the gamer's order and continued to mock them in his style. Behind the rat catcher, Carl, stood no less than 100 archers, but the jester was in no hurry to give the order to shoot. This played into Evershade's hands. He commanded Darkwood, and a second later the newest weapon was activated. Bullets filled with electric charges flew toward the target in a volley. A bit further, Jan, from the second subgroup of mercenaries, for strategically important squads, with another assistant, dragged a charged artifact. This is a rare model of water artifact, capable of deflecting any enemy attack by covering its own with an invisible protective dome. Cool gadget. In response, the archers of Ratcatcher Carl simultaneously released all their arrows, which seemed to freeze in flight and seemed to bump into a phantom wall. At the moment, there was no reason to get into the fight himself. Evershade stood nearby and watched the battle of titans spellbound. It was Camilla's turn. She stepped before the face of enemies so confidently, as if she'd been on the front lines since infancy. The girl released several charges of powerful energy. This stream took on a huge spherical shape and rolled toward the enemy, but it couldn't strike because one of Ratcatcher Carl's soldiers held it back with bare hands. Then followed a second shockwave, more powerful, but it too was deflected by the hands of masked soldiers lined up in a row. After 10 minutes of such confrontation of man against weapon, the destructive energy still absorbed the first row of people standing in the line, while 15 fighters of the Imperial Army stood alive and unharmed under the impenetrable dome that the Shadow Squad elves spread. The third prince, Ash von Hade, just like the Ratcatcher Carl, understood that no one was going to surrender, which means it's time to move to tougher tactics. Typical nerd remembered his items that he received as prizes. Among them were spears with neuroparalytic poison on the tips. The Ratcatcher had nothing more to surprise the uninvited guests with. He pressed his magic flute to his lips and started a monotonous, lulling melody. Music is good, of course, but the elves' battle machine Vulcan is just a song. Before playing even 3 notes, Carl and his rabble were hit by the elves with the newest weapon. Seeing 5 secret agents condemned to death behind him, the Ratcatcher listed all the curse words he knew emptying his already pale vocabulary. At this time, Ash was proud of his shadow squad, because watching the enemy search for a way out and not find it, you could watch that forever. Surrounded together with his crossbowmen, Carl had nothing left but to surrender to this snotty kid in dress uniform, Evershade. But it seems this Carl totally lost his fear. He yelled that it was impossible to kill him, that this was supposedly some kind of dungeon curse, and that there was no way to break it yet. Holding this moron by the scruff, Ash tried to find out at least something, but the rat catcher shouted that he'd tell more at the next meeting, and disappeared. Suddenly, from around the corner, appeared a painfully familiar silhouette. It was a middle-aged worker, with a heavy blacksmith's hammer in his hands. Typical nerd recognized this character. It was the blacksmith Ironside. He complained to the prince about the local authorities, and that his forge was cut off from water and electricity supply. Lucas couldn't tolerate such insolence, and was about to teach the boar a lesson with his sword. But Ash forbade touching the magic blacksmith. Since only this dude was capable of making sacred silver weapons to fight vampires, Evershade decided to be friends with the boar and agree with him on everything. It seems Ironside has been in this dungeon for a long time, if he doesn't recognize His Highness, and speaks with the prince himself as equals. Typical nerd knew who he was dealing with, but for kicks, decided to get acquainted again and asked the old man if he was that skilled craftsman whose fame spread everywhere. The old man was immeasurably happy to tell about himself, about his brothers who died here, about how he tries to survive making orders for the local elite. Then Ash decided to get to the point and explain to the boar that he urgently needed 15 silver rifles with silver bullets. The dude lit up a smoke and showed him a chest filled to the top with pure scrap silver. Typical nerd had never seen so much silver. But this would only be enough for 3 rifles. And for free, the magic master wasn't going to work even for the empire and the people. Now the customer and the contractor moved to discussing salary. The old man wasn't interested in money. There's nowhere and nothing to spend it on here, turns out. And then Ash realized he was dealing with a tough cookie. The next offer was original. His Highness promised the blacksmith Ironside worthy payment, the head of Phobion, because of whom 2 of the blacksmith's brothers died. Ironside liked this crazy idea. They agreed on it. The cooperation agreement was signed by both parties. Leaving Ironside, Ash asked about the secret that was imposed on the kingdom under the lake, and the blacksmith told him that the inhabitants of this area live forever without aging or dying. Returning from the dungeon, everyone gathered in the estate's living room to discuss today's events, the curse and the possibility of living forever. Evershade suddenly wondered that if the kingdom under the lake was so huge as Ironside told him, then where did the local residents go? The streets are empty. Then, all those present livened up in a discussion about eternal life. Some were for, some against. In general, opinions were divided, but it didn't come to a fight. Evershade couldn't shake the thought of who actually imposed this terrible curse on them. But it was already getting light. The guys started to leave. Suddenly, Camilla couldn't hold on, lost her balance, and fell right into the arms of His Highness, the third prince. Everyone present froze in surprise. Lucas and Nalin didn't like this stunt by the newbie at all. Well, damn, she just arrived and already put her eye on the idol. Nalin was outraged, worth giving her a crash course in reality. Camilla herself seemed to feel awkward. She got embarrassed, and it was obvious she looked sickly, although she smiled and apologized. When Camilla went to rest, Von Hade shamed the guys for their lack of sympathy for the sick, and he himself thought about the new problem. What is Tarona's granddaughter hiding? And suddenly, Darkhoot remembered how he saw more than once that Camilla stuffed her smoking pipe with pain-killing potion. This led to bad thoughts. Adar burst into His Highness's office. This son of a bah totally got cocky, comes in without knocking. Gonna need to update his manners firmware. This nerd talked for a long time about the war on the northern front of the empire where His Highness's older brother, the first prince, is fighting. Then, for a long time, was afraid to get to the main point. The main point was that this time, too, the empire's capital, Grantis, didn't send reinforcements to the third prince's troops. This news wasn't unexpected. But damn, it completely knocked out typical nerd's desire to continue participating in this shit. He's of course a Friday playboy and troublemaker, but would prefer to serve his sins in his own world. The prince ordered Adar to write a response to middle brother. In that response, clearly state that if everyone dies here, then game over will happen there too. Another sortie to the main camp ended with a surprise not only for typical nerd, who had already slightly forgotten all the game events. The guys were surprised that Carl didn't meet them. But there was a cool old lady there named Fierce. Why such a name? Because she could cut, slice, sever, chop anything and anyone. If you got to know Fierce better, she's actually quite sweet when she's not holding a cleaver in her hands. She received the guys like family and immediately started treating them. By the way, this granny is like all grannies in the world. In her opinion, all grandchildren are the skinniest and always hungry. They need to be saved and fed. Fierce treated them with jam. Visiting Ironside, Ash brought him a whole cart of raw materials for making sacred weapons against vampires. This should turn out something cooler than Cerberus's pistol. To create silver weapons for destroying vampires, only 2 ingredients are missing: dark crystals and a magic core. But typical nerd knew where to get them. At the time when the Golden Gargoyle was defeated, Evershade took a prize from her room, a golden key. Today he gave this key to Fierce, only she can use it to open the door to the Golden Room. In that room there could be anything from a small grater to extremely rare fairy tale items, like a firebird feather or reviving dust from a phoenix's wings. Of all those present, only His Highness the Third Prince knew what they were going here for. The guys asked, but he promised them a surprise. Inside the Golden Room, goblins were running at high speed. If you shoot them, gold coins will spill out. Without a sniper, it would be hard to handle the task. Darkwood shot the goblins like targets in a shooting gallery. Coins scattered to the bones. Ash ordered them to fill to the top with coins the bags they brought with them. Besides coins, Von Hade found there what he actually came here for, as many as 3 magic cores. When the guys finished filling the bags, everyone safely exited the Golden Room. Ironside was extremely surprised to receive that same evening one of the missing ingredients for the sacred weapon. The blacksmith reminded the milord that he still owed him dark crystals. Returning to the estate, Von Hade decided to solemnly reward his young, faithful assistants. After giving a thank you speech, the commander handed each of them the same bag of gold coins. After dinner, Ash went to visit Camilla, who no longer appeared after the incident with fainting in his arms. He found her sick. Besides the fact that she was coughing with profuse bleeding, Camilla also had a burn on half her face, which she usually covers with bangs. Seeing His Highness in the doorway, the girl froze. A few minutes later, they went down to the cafe downstairs. After seeing the blood, Ash had no appetite. He just kindly kept Camilla company. Having pulled herself together and fixed her makeup, Tarona's granddaughter looked as usual, even tried to joke. She assured Von Hade that despite the illness, she could work. Typical nerd was already frankly starting to freak out about how unlucky he was with mages. Looking for a replacement for Camilla was already too late, and there's no other such specialist. During dinner, the girl had another coughing fit. She thanked the milord for the bag of gold coins and asked him not to tell Tarona about her illness. He also stopped by Tarona's that evening and brought her the same bag of coins. The old woman thanked the youngster and asked for a minute of his attention. The conversation dragged on until morning. Tarona remembered her youth, how she served in the Imperial Mage Legion, how she had a colleague, friend, and same-age comrade named Sorina. Tarona told stories fascinatingly, embellishing here and there, keeping things back elsewhere. But Ash enjoyed listening to her, so she and her friend dreamed that after finishing their service they'd head south. But one day, while at a secret base on the northern front, they received an order to destroy a village where enemy troops were supposedly hiding. Tarona never doubted the competence of command. At exactly 4:30 a.m. local time, a strike was delivered on the village. Tarona stood at the firing position and watched the village burn down. Her soldiers, seemingly callous heart, squeezed with pain, and an inner voice kept saying she'd made a terrible mistake. Disobeying the order of senior command, the experienced legionnaire rushed toward the village. She ran without feeling the ground under her feet, as if someone was desperately calling her there. Having gone around the entire settlement territory, the soldier didn't find a single trace of the enemy army's presence. Around her were only burned huts and mutilated bodies of civilians. Sorina followed Tarona. She sharply rebuked her colleague, accusing her of weak nerves and unacceptable distrust of the commander-in-chief's orders. At that moment, Torona hated the work of her whole life, the army. But most of all, she blamed herself for blind service to a legion that brought death to its own citizens. In the distance, a child's cry rang out. Torona flinched and ran with all her might toward the sound, understanding that every lost second could cost someone their life. Among the scorched yard, she saw a frightened and wounded girl. She lay on the ground, barely breathing, and looked at the world with eyes full of horror. Picking up the little one in her arms, Torona decided to leave this place immediately, but Serena, without warning, made a fatal shot, and the bullet hit right in the eye. Bleeding, Torona pressed the girl tightly to her chest and didn't move from the spot. Serena didn't argue, only coldly threatened consequences. Later, Torona appeared before a tribunal. She filed a complaint against the commander as an honest person, for which she was demoted and transferred to a distant province. Despite her somewhat masculine character and habits, Torona quickly became attached to the little girl, whom she named Camila, since she remembered neither her name nor her family. With money earned over years of service, Torona built a shelter for orphaned children, whom, together with Camila, she took from the affected region. In conversation with His Highness, the former captain of the 2nd Squadron was honest as never before. She really was ashamed to look this young man in the eyes. She admitted that despite everything, she loved wearing her tunic and listening to the quiet clinking of metals, most of which were deserved. But even with that, the old woman gave her boss advice. Don't get too carried away with position and title, because all that's temporary and essentially means nothing. And here, typical nerd seriously thought about who he really is, a loser sitting at a computer for days, or still a great strategist of the Imperial Army. A few days later, the first batch of newest weapons for battles with vampires and ghouls arrived from the forge, and Lucas immediately started testing the models. Now, it was time to explore the distant sections of the dungeon under the lake. This time, Ash took only the closest ones with him. After teleportation, the guys arrived at Ironsides, but he wasn't there, which seemed strange. Then, Ash asked Fierce to unseal the hatch to the abyss. Descending the stairs for a long time, Evershade caught himself thinking he was afraid of the dark, just like in childhood. But what can you do? The job of being a prince ain't so bad. Lucas apparently also carried some childhood fears in himself, although he'd never been a coward. Arriving at the place, he stopped to calm his ragged breathing a bit. When everyone descended, playing boss didn't work anymore. Before him weren't fighters, but scared kids. And Ash himself looked exactly the same right now. Typical nerd understood that ahead of them was a long journey through the dark tunnels of the dungeon. He decided not to waste time and briefly explain what awaited them there in the Colosseum. He didn't finish explaining the rules of the game when the squad hit a dead end. Above, a hatch was visible. Ah, if only typical nerd remembered where this exit led. Without thinking, he ordered everyone to climb up and immediately understood. What the fuck is even happening when the hatch flew open? Bright spotlight hit their eyes, and they suddenly found themselves in the center of the Colosseum arena. Judging by the roaring stands, they'd been waiting for them for a while. Some green little dudes, suspiciously similar to Ninja Turtles, yelled and whistled, as if they'd placed bets on the main squad of the Imperial Army. And a horned type, apparently long unhappy in marriage and therefore working his ass off here as a judge. He was showing something with his fingers, saying something. Clearly, he had experience. And here's that very kitty they need to take down in front of everyone. Otherwise, she'll eat them without any ceremony. Well then, kitty, come closer. Photo with the prince for memory. His Majesty wasn't particularly worried going up against this creature. Her skin's tough. You could make bags, but quite pierceable. Guts and innards across the arena. Prepare cash for the winner and a memorial dinner for the victim. A new creature ran out without any introduction or announcement of titles and weight categories. Ash also didn't waste time and fired from the new weapon, which he hadn't named yet. Take away the new corpse. Wait, no, the tough bastard didn't even stagger and kept charging. The prince ordered the guys to blast him all at once. The main squad didn't spare spears and ammo. And here's the result. A carcass of grayish rotten color lies lifeless at the team's feet. Probably scary to die a second time, but such is the fate of a ghoul. Then the host summoned his, apparently, strongest fighter. This was a vampire with experience and most likely violent, because there were shackles and chains on his arms and legs. Entering the arena, he began some terrifying performance. His hands separated, circled in the air, then grew back. In general, they'd have to mess around with this psycho. Spears and bullets didn't work on him, since he knew how to move his energy from place to place. Camilla released a series of lightning bolts at him, but even that was like a candle for a dead man. Then Darkut and Camilla jointly worked one trick with this restless one's biofield. Camilla launched 2 spears at him simultaneously. This didn't kill him, but it gave an opportunity to trap his energy, and then the accurate shot of Sniper Darkut into the energy clot put an end to this dance with death. When the third prince and his faithful warriors again emerged victorious from another battle, the event host decided to personally kill the cocky kid and his buddies. 25th level, ability to dodge the first wave of strikes, years of experience, and enviable survivability. This was the entire skill set of the King of Gladiators, Shurken. To defeat the King of Gladiators, typical nerd, wasn't ready yet with the set of functions he had. But he knew that Shurken was a former agent of the Emperor, sent to the dungeon. The third prince showed a document confirming his identity and titles. Thus, for the guys, the situation was resolved, painlessly and without loss. Learning who stood before him, Shurken fell to his knees and bowed his head before Von Hade. He cried and apologized for not recognizing his lord. Then typical nerd on behalf of Evershade asked why he ended up in the center of the Colosseum if he was supposed to go around it. Shurken said there was no other exit from the dungeon. Ash didn't ask why Shurken got stuck here for 20 years. That's the Emperor's business. Instead, the prince asked Shurken to get the missing components for sacred weapons. The King of Gladiators left, and in about 10 minutes, already brought the prince a handful of dark crystals, and later organized a rest room for the dear guests. Duty is duty, but sometimes it doesn't hurt to relax. The guys started fooling around like little kids, jumping on beds, telling dirty jokes. Had a pillow fight, blanket suffocation, dancing with sheets, shadow theater. By the way, Ash and Lucas deliberately lost the pillow fight to the girls, but they believed everything was fair. Deep at night, when everyone was already fast asleep, Shurken entered the room and reported that the Colosseum was attacked by vampires. His Highness and the guys needed to leave. Saying goodbye, Shurken gave Ash a whole bag of dark crystals. Returning to the estate through the dark tunnel, they met an unfamiliar male figure. Coming closer, they recognized in the person they met the very king of vampires, Phobian. He didn't seem as formidable as they wrote about him. Looked like a young guy, though he was 500 years old. Evershade got scared, meeting such a monster face to face, but didn't show it, because that doesn't suit a commander. He greeted Phobian. Tossing Lucas, Naylan, and the others aside, the vampire king immobilized them, himself continuing to talk with the third prince and offering him to sit down. When they sat opposite each other, Ash understood that no one was going to kill them today. From this thought, he wanted to joke, like gonna discuss the new iPhone model. But Phobian wasn't in the mood for jokes. He asked His Highness how in the first battle the Spider Queen was killed. The cannon was used, and the red-eyed one knew this for sure. Ash kept thinking the kid would throw him a complaint for the ward's death, but he said he wasn't the least bit sad about her sudden demise. Then the most unexpected thing happened. The vampire lord himself, Phobian, master of darkness and human nightmares, asked Ash to kill him the same way he killed the Spider Queen. In this part of the conversation, the prince became simultaneously amused and sad. He stood before the enemy of humanity and stated that this was exactly why he started the whole game, to kill all the creatures. That's his task and dream. The prince started listing all his fallen friends and acquaintances, told how he hated all the creatures that caused so much grief. Then Phobian took Ash's hand, looked for a long time, then said that hatred was his main weapon against all creatures. Ash didn't finish listening to the philosophical speeches and said he couldn't wait for Phobian to go on the offensive. Already, at the end of the conversation, Lucas and Naylan decided to strike Phobian. But Evershade foresaw all the consequences and ordered his soldiers not to do this, since the vampire would kill them. As a farewell, Phobian looked at the third prince with hope and said he was looking forward to meeting in battle and his own death. On the way home, Ash brought crystals to Ironside, and the old man showed him a consecrated branch, from which he'd also make a sacred blade for the prince. Returning to the estate, Evershade reviewed what protective items he had on hand at the moment. The young milord understood that this battle would be difficult, or the last. The Scream Glove, cool thing but can't save a life. There'll also be super light armor, sacred weapons with silver bullets, and some item from the sacred branch. Probably high time to visit the city manager, game creator, director of Empire Defense, and ask him what new stuff awaits us in the game. Typical nerd came to the creator's room for the first time. Here, everything around was as boring as he himself. The gamer told him about the meeting with Phobion, and asked if there was protection from this. Idar sat at the monitor and added several items to the game store. Despite close acquaintance with this punk, typical nerd was still forced to buy items. Going through the catalog, he bought and activated a magic necklace. There was nothing more to take in the store for such a serious battle. Despite his secrecy and stinginess, Idar gave typical nerd a useful tip. Since the vampire lord Phobion could leave his domain and come to Ash, then Ash could come to him too. Coming to Ironside's forge, Ash and Torona picked up the next order, golden armor for Torona. It fit, but she decided to give it to Camilla to at least protect her in battle this way. Meanwhile, Camilla's coughing fits became more frequent, and the amount of blood increased. Weakness in the body grew, but the girl didn't admit this to anyone. Coming to Camilla's room and seeing her so weak, Torona suddenly remembered those times when they still lived together, how the children suffered and starved. To save the children from starvation, Torona took a slippery path. She did terrible things for money, engaged in smuggling, and even killed people. It's worth noting that for her crimes, she received considerable money. In the area where they lived, bad rumors started. People couldn't understand where she got such means. Unnoticed by herself, a former faithful and honest legionnaire of the Imperial Army, she stained her uniform with blood and even learned not to regret it. Time passed, children grew up, and by coincidence, Torona was forced to leave for work in another city. The children remained in young Camilla's care. All these years, Torona didn't see her wards who scattered to different cities, only occasionally received letters from each of them. Now, when Camilla was here, Torona wanted to spend at least one family dinner with her, but in the process of conversation, Granny realized that granddaughter was very sick. Couldn't persuade her not to go to service. Tension hung in the air. In the end, Torona took the golden armor and, angry, left the dinner. 4 days later, Ironside reported that Lucas's deadly holy sword was ready. To typical nerd, it resembled a powerful silver shish kebab skewer forged from demons. Nelaine also received her new spear. The blacksmith upgraded it with a silver tip. It got heavier, but Nelaine was a strong girl and barely felt the difference. Darkhood was incredibly happy with his new equipment. These were sacred arrows, made of silver, soaked in holy water, and decoction of sacred herbs. The arrows came with a crossbow, modified by adding components from the sacred mistletoe branch. It amplified pain tenfold. When Ash von Hade Evershade, His Highness the Third Prince, wanted to pay the blacksmith for the work, he refused money and asked for the vampire lord's head as a reward. Here Nelaine faced disappointment. The blacksmith presented the girl with massive titanium armor. She tried it on with tears in her eyes because she dreamed of different armor. She, as a true lady, hoped for elegant armor encrusted with crystals, as if woven from metal and light, following the curves of her figure. Typical nerd really wanted to comfort her, saying that at the final level, she'd have dazzlingly gorgeous armor, but he couldn't reveal himself as a player. At the gates of his estate, Ash met Torona with her homies. She immediately started explaining that she was already healthy and wanted to participate in the battle, creating her own squad. At the evening dinner, the commander gathered all his squads and introduced them to Torona's new veteran squad, which he couldn't refuse. Before the servants set the table, Evershade began a lecture about the upcoming battle and vampires. He immediately made it clear the conversation wouldn't be short or simple. He explained that Phobion can't be killed once. For him to die permanently, he needs to be killed 1,000 times in a row. Otherwise, it's all useless. The reason was simple and creepy. Phobion feeds on all his subordinates, drawing strength from everyone who's under his rule. Therefore, it's much more reasonable to first isolate the vampire lord, then kill his subjects, and only after that deal with him himself. After all, they once already tried to destroy him, killing all his entourage, but they didn't isolate the Lord then, and that became a fatal mistake. Using regeneration, Phobian over time revived all his servants, as if nothing happened, bringing previous efforts to nothing. For clarity, the third prince drew with chalk, on a school board, a strategic battle plan, while everyone present's stomachs growled. And suddenly Naylan, apologizing for the impudence, asked to serve dinner first, and only then continue the lecture, reminding that hunger ain't your auntie. Von Hade understood that these comrades were cool, of course, but hungry, they could sell both the Empire and all the Imperial offspring at once. Meanwhile, in the dungeon under the lake, in the Scarlet Mansion, servants were taking the vampire Lord Phobian down from the noose, for whom this was a routine occurrence. Besides all the failures and attempts to die, Phobian sincerely hoped for Ash. The vampire lord believed that this very kid would become his grim reaper. Having gathered his bloody immortal legion, he listened to the commander's report. They'll start leaving the dungeon only when part of the fighters distracts Velra. Velra, that's what Ash once called the nameless merchant of important magical items who dwells in the dungeon. While Velra kills the 1,000th army of ghouls, the rest of the legion will bring Phobian beyond the Scarlet Mansion, and in general beyond the dungeon. Passing by that battle of light with darkness, Phobian admired the strength and will of this nameless girl, who for centuries has been cleansing the world of ones like him. Suddenly Velra noticed the escaping vampire lord. She knew where the one who hadn't left the Scarlet Mansion for 500 years decided to go. But this time the girl couldn't stop him from destroying humanity. Due to lack of aging and paleness of face, Phobian seemed like a sweet, sickly young man, and only a few knew who was now walking the streets of Grave City. Despite the fact that typical nerd was a total atheist, being in the role of prince on the eve of battle, he went to the temple. There, meeting Nurse Maggie, he asked her to pray for their victory. That same evening, Evershade together with his fighters went under the lake and cleared the fourth, last zone of the dungeon. Returning home, he announced lights out to everyone. On the last night before battle in the barracks of the Imperial Army of the Southern Front under the command of Ash von Hade, the third Prince Milord, no one slept. On the day of the offensive, it seemed like even morning started earlier than scheduled. The Milord in full gear already stood on the watchtower and looked through the spyglass. "Can't sleep either, you bastards," flashed through typical nerd Evershade's head. On the horizon, he made out the approaching army of bloodsuckers led by Lord Phobian. "Prepare weapons for battle. Let the sky tremble, let steel sing. Today will become the city's shield and prove to the enemy that fear won't help him." First to attack went the lower caste ghouls. They tore through the formation without a drop of fear, and their screech became a signal. Night no longer obeys humans. The battle was rapidly gaining strength. At the head of the human army stood the same person of flesh and blood. No one knew what the outcome of this clash would be, but he would decide whether the world would stand or fall. The gunsmiths prepared to open fire. Their hands weren't trembling. It was the air around that was saturated with fear and heavy anticipation of battle. The vampire lord ordered to continue the offensive. The ranks of his warriors, flashing fangs and burning eyes, moved forward, bringing death to all who dared stand in the way. Except the third prince's army, of course. "Fire!" Evershade gave the command. Cannonballs slammed into the crowd of vampires, scattering guts to the sides, and smoke, screeching and screams rose around. This confrontation was only beginning, but was already slowly hitting a dead end for all understandable reasons. The Lord ain't that easy to kill. He's a vampire with 500 years of experience, and that says it all. To put this red-eyed sucker to rest forever, it was necessary to damage the energy cores of his immortal soldiers. This is exactly what the Imperial Army was doing now. Sitting in a palanquin, the vampire Lord Phobian had a good view of everything happening on the battlefield. And it must be said that the events were so predictable that this red-eyed youngster was frankly bored. Another ghoul attack on the wall of Crossroads Fortress livened up the theater of combat operations a bit. Aimed fire was being conducted from the observation deck, but this didn't stop the ghouls. In a few minutes, these half-dead freaks already reached the fort walls. And if not for the milord's plan, watching them would be truly terrifying. The creatures crawled up the walls, sparing nothing in their path. Suddenly, the volleys of cannons and rifles died down, and in this ominous silence, von Hade's voice was heard. He ordered to drop. But what? And where? At this time, the gunsmiths were busy moving crates with piglet carcasses. The soldiers dropped these carcasses from the fortress down, right into the crowd of several hundred ghouls that ran up. Ghouls are eternally hungry creatures, so they didn't refuse such a warm reception and feast. They devoured the carcasses like crazy, smacking uncouthly for the whole area to hear. When a few minutes later the ghouls fell dead, the vampire lord realized that the cores of 300 ghouls were somehow destroyed at once. This seemed delightful to him. Ash von Hade, the third prince, seeing the result of his strategic approach to the eternal pacification of ghouls, solemnly raised his hand up as a sign of small victory. The whole thing was in the silver scraps that the carcasses were stuffed with. These shards destroy the energy cores located in the ghouls' stomachs. "I'm no wizard, I'm just learning," thought His Highness. "Real mages of the main squad need to conserve mana," as the mentor said. At this stage of the battle, Torona came out with her veteran squad, Devil May Care. She threw mana at creatures of vampire origin, not sparing charges. Energy in watts tore the air and half-dead flesh of ghouls. Their corpses lay in thick layers at the foot of the fort. But this terrible sight pleased typical nerd. The Shadow Squad, under the command of Elf Commander Ruby, had to finish off the survivors. The battle installation Vulcan successfully handled this task. After this batch of ghouls, stronger ones went on the attack, from the category of bloodthirsty. Parts of their bodies fell off as they moved, but they still didn't stop. To catch a maniac, you need another maniac, right? And such was found in the third prince's main squad, Sniper Darkhoot, with eagle eyes. Ruby and his Shadow Squad were also skilled archers, who released several hundred holy arrows into the enemy crowd simultaneously. All the ghouls who managed to climb the fortress wall were unkindly met by Lucas with the sacred sword and Neelan with the cavalry spear. Such deadly slaughter truly amused the 500-year-old youngster Phobian. He hadn't had such fun in a long time, watching ordinary mortals. Now, Phobian ordered his servant to send the last batch of walking meat to the fortress walls, after which, if these don't remain either, he'll have to go himself. The command was given without delay. The third, most elite group of rank-and-file vampires charged straight ahead, as if they were ordered to off themselves for real. Naturally, no one here was going to feel sorry for them. The Shadow Squad hit the enemies with several volleys from Vulcan, but the unforeseen happened. The creatures in this batch had extremely thick skin and a high level of regeneration. They went toward their goal, even through a hail of fire. At this moment, a water-based artifact was activated. Same thing, these bastards keep charging and charging, like it's the local supermarket on sale days. Come on, take several volleys, you fuckers. And it's like therapeutic electrophoresis for them, no more. No one's giving up or waiting for game over. The game continues. These scum of the otherworldly society weren't held back even by the effective dome of the water artifact. They passed through the phantom shell of the coating. Observing such unfortunate chronology of combat actions, Torona understood that her strength wasn't enough not only for attack, but also for restraint. Seeing doubt in the eyes of the former captain of the 2nd Squadron and legionnaire of the Imperial Army, Ash ordered Camilla to engage in battle. The second subgroup of mercenaries for strategically important squads, Autonomous Reconnaissance, received an order from the commander to engage in close combat. Neelan had long been honing her modernized cavalry spear on the roughened hide of the third elite group of vampires. Lucas didn't let go of the deadly holy sword. He sliced through the flesh of those beasts with it like a blade through paper. This was monotonous but pleasant work. Camilla finally got down to the business of her entire conscious life, to magic. Managing 3 elements simultaneously, she focused on the main thing. Standing on the watchtower of the right wing, Torona and her adopted granddaughter Camilla waited for the order to apply a primitive magical strike. The order came immediately. The young lord gave it so loudly that it was heard even by Demon Lord Phobian, watching this with lightning. But all attempts to destroy the third elite group of vampires, embraced by fire, turned out not very successful. The prince was slightly confused, because the effectiveness of attacks from their side was falling. Sitting on the palanquin, the red-eyed vampire lord gave the order to his closest servants, whose names he no longer remembered, to enter the battle. That's when Ashton noticed that the situation was getting out of control. But whatever, he's an experienced gamer and can always reload the game. By that time, one of Lord Phobian's close ones deflected an entire clot of strikes that all the mages delivered together. Having done her job, this lady went to report to the boss that she handled the task. Maybe even tried to get a bonus, or so it seemed to Ash. Here it's worth explaining some points about deflecting strikes. Arrows and projectiles flying at Phobian returned back to those who released them. Thus, a second later in the sky above the heads of Imperial Army soldiers, a deadly dance of poisonous arrows unfolded. A bright, fiery glow enveloped the Crossroads fortress, and large-scale wall destruction was clearly visible. Among the wreckage of weapons lay dead and wounded soldiers. Ash was shocked by what was happening. In the game, everything was much simpler. The geyser release of vampire magic broke the balance and logic. This dude's core won't be easy to smash. Shouldn't have skipped magic lessons, kiddos, thought the strongest mage of the Vampire Legion, rubbing his palms like a toilet fly before dinner. By the way, he looked somewhat like one externally. Lucas and Evershade were stunned by what they saw, but there was neither time nor strength for sentiments. They needed to count losses and focus on return fire. Ash suddenly noticed a dome appearing over and around the fortress. This was an anti-missile artifact activated by Kirim, who was at the military base. Among the soldiers of the Imperial Army of the Southern Front, many wounded appeared. The severe ones were sent to the rear. Among them were 2 elves from the Shadow Squad. Those who weren't hit too badly were healed and fully restored by the power of faith and prayers by the nurse from the hospital, located in Mishi's temple. By this time, the road to the fortress walls was clear, not counting mountains of corpses. The vampire Lord Phobian's palanquin stood at the foot of Crossroads Fort, and Von Hade started a conversation. Without going down, the prince asked the red-eyed one why he allowed so many casualties among personnel. To which the youngster replied that these were just his faithful dogs. He wasn't used to eating at the same table with dogs, even if they're court ones. He said that today, his food was a worthy, respected opponent, heir to the Empire. Not finishing listening to the Vampire Lord's speech, Darkwood immediately started shooting from the crossbow. The arrows, sharpened pain, were made of silver and mistletoe branch. In one volley, he released 5 arrows. Alf, that's what one of Phobian's 2 close ones was called, could usually catch everything flying at him. But today, an arrow pierced his palm through and burned his hand. Deep in thought, Alf held one of these arrows in his hand. He couldn't understand what the weapon's power was and what it was made of. Only Phobian understood with hope that these arrows belonged to deadly weapons capable of killing even himself, the vampire lord who's 500 years old. Alf and Bet received an order to attack the Imperial Army soldiers, their task to instill fear so enemies would be paralyzed with horror and couldn't act. A minute later, the order was executed. 2 top league soldiers rose into the sky and started circling above the heads of the Devil May Care squad. While fear paralyzed the main defense forces, Vampire Lord Phobian, walking along the road paved with corpses, headed toward Evershade, the third prince. Ash ordered to open the main gates of Crossroads. In this area, this was considered a sign of warm attitude toward a dear guest. Phobian was pleasantly flattered by this. Right there at the main entrance, Ash ordered to set up in advance a massive long table, cover it with a festive tablecloth, and serve strictly by all the rules. Among the many rare dishes, there was expensive wine, clearly not of local production, in an elite bottle. Ash needed this gathering to occupy Phobian for at least 30 minutes. The Vampire Lord perceived the situation as an unsuccessful plan of a stupid person. But still, he didn't miss the moment to enjoy wine and fresh air. Ash maintained friendly conversation and asked the Lord to carefully watch what was happening at the top. This spectacle was performed specifically for him. Long-planned events were unfolding at the top of the fortress. Simple soldiers were ordered to retreat. The main squad was going into battle. Now the only targets were Alf and Bet. These were two vital arteries of the vampire lord. Without them, Phobion would become quite a mortal vampire. Jan, with the second subgroup of mercenaries, volunteered to hold back the 5 most elite and last remaining vampires. This was needed for strategically important squads. Sitting opposite Phobion, mentally Evershade was there with them, with his faithful warrior friends. He was sure they'd do everything right. Lucas wished to painfully take the life of Beauty Bet. Pretty girls were his weakness, as it turned out. For Ash, this was pleasant news. Courtier Alf went to Nayland. Despite her young age, this girl never twisted more experienced representatives of bloodsuckers into a ram's horn. Time to start. On the front lines to control the situation stood, of course, Torona, Camille, and the Shadow Squad in incomplete formation. This was enough for a successful outcome of the last battle. Sitting at the table, 2 key figures of the game performed an important mission and didn't interfere with the main players, bringing the confrontation to a logical conclusion. Typical nerd never loved gatherings with relatives, where they usually discuss politics, religion, and his unwillingness to finally get his act together. But now Phobion himself sat opposite him, and with this morning hanging enthusiast, it was hard to find at least some common topic. He calmly said he'd leave Ash alive so he could see the death of all humanity. Meanwhile, at the top of the fortress, the confrontation of people and vampires continued. Blood and guts flowed down the walls of Crossroads, but didn't spoil the red-eyed one's appetite at all. Everyone understood they wouldn't survive against vampires, but still, when attack after attack. After all, an order is an order, even if you're just in a game. The plan remained a plan, but no one canceled the human factor. And when before the eyes of the Devil May Care veteran squad, their comrade was killed, they no longer held back. The 5 elite vampires needed exactly this, an unequal battle of man with a superior being, the worst variant of trying to avenge a comrade's death. Uncontrollable carnage began with vampires and soldiers who were mercilessly wasted, and they ran out too quickly. It's hard to be a mage and up to a certain point just watch your fellow soldiers die. But the order must be carried out, even if the commander is still busy with small talk. At this moment, Kirem returned to the front lines to help her friends. The girl with disabilities activated an artifact of magic amplification. For Torona, this became like a liberating pill. She felt a surge of strength and vigor, and, directing mana, struck right on target. Gathering several manas together, the former captain of the 2nd Squadron delivered a crushing magical blow to the vampires. At the foot of the fort formed a thick carpet of corpses that burned from magical electrical discharges. You could watch this, like fire, forever. But it was undesirable for Darkit to see death so close, even if it's the death of stinking, half-dead critters. Torona covered the guy's eyes. Despite significant contribution to the victory over monsters, Torona lately increasingly felt some oppressive premonition. One of her friends was mortally wounded. Today, saying goodbye to her forever, Torona knelt, and together with the dying one looked death in the eyes. At the same time, the feast at the fortress gates continued. At the table sat only 2, but the most important persons. The young red-eyed one told Ash that soon he'd have to see the death of 2 people. The mysteriousness of this moron stressed out typical nerd, because he didn't remember the outcome of the previous 742 games. He didn't want to lose either Neelan or Lucas. These very guys were now confronting the strongest opponents of the highest class. Lucas wasn't tormented by such thoughts. He selflessly did his job. A bright flash illuminated the top of the defensive fortress of Grave City. It was clear that someone died, but there was no time to check. Bet rushed to attack Lucas, but his deadly holy sword and new skill, Will Strike. This is a powerful duet of capabilities against vampires of Bet's class. Naline suddenly found herself bound and immobilized by some bloody clots. The girl heard someone behind her sinisterly whisper that he hadn't tasted children's blood in a very long time. Lucas tirelessly tested the durability of his deadly holy sword, on the vampire lord Phobion's maid. The sword worked flawlessly and didn't let its master down. Meanwhile, Alf, who fell into baby Nellen's hands, was serving punishment for all his sins. She stuck her cavalry spear in his throat, leaving no chances. She did all this not only for the sake of saving Grave City residents or serving the Empire. The girl works by order of her commander and steadily carries out the task. Watching this restless squirt, Alf was amazed at her cunning. He already guessed that the girl pretended to be immobilized to lure him into a trap. Meanwhile, Lucas, for the first time during his stay in the game, used blue flame magic, which melted even vampires' bodies. This was extremely dangerous. Besides, Lucas had a beast skill that was activated quite recently. This amplified his actions 100-fold, and Bet already felt her death approaching. Sitting opposite Ash von Hade, the third prince and commander of the Imperial Army, Phobion remained calm and restrained despite the death of his close ones. The wine bottle was already empty, and he didn't feel like going for another. Typical nerd felt sick. He was frankly getting nauseous from the food, booze, and the one sitting opposite with rabbit eyes. And he, finishing the last glass of wine, kept asking Evershade what his main nightmare was. And here Evershade involuntarily wondered why his companion was so calm. At this moment his two vital arteries, Alf and Bet, were already wrapped in silver nets created from waste dust. Despite the events and changes in world order, Ash sat imperturbably opposite the monster and calmly listened to his speeches, as if he knew the outcome in advance. But one shouldn't forget that typical nerd is an ordinary gamer, and he had unpredictable situations, like this one with his necklace blocking. With one hand movement, Phobion lifted Evershade into the air, squeezing the necklace on his neck. Pain and burning bound the prince's body, but he didn't succumb to fear. Then the vampire lord furiously threw the pathetic little human aside. Von Hade was caught in flight by his faithful friends and colleagues. Vampire Lord Phobion spoke, addressing all those present. This entity with bloody eyes frankly admired the resilience and experience of the squad. But despite the importance of each participant, Phobion understood that the main danger to him was carried by the commander himself, Ash. Therefore the bloodsucker asshole declared the negotiations concluded because it's time to move on to killing the main rival. Nalene took the words literally, and with her right foot with all her might clocked Phobion in the jaw. Rotten teeth spilled from his mouth. He turned even paler, but managed to keep his balance. It was at this moment that Ash called everyone to battle, activating a chimera summoning spell he received after visiting the Colosseum. An incredibly huge creature suddenly flew over the heads of the warriors. But this didn't produce much effect, only raised road dust. Meanwhile, the vampire lord decisively began attacking Evershade, trying to deliver a deadly bite on his neck, with subsequent blood-sucking. At this moment, between their faces, slipped the hand of Ruby, commander of the Shadow Squad, Elves. As we remember, the hand's not real, but a metal prosthetic. The remaining fangs painfully sank into the metal, but the response was lightning fast. Phobion furiously threw Ruby aside, but didn't get to enjoy his power when Lucas's deadly holy sword pierced him through. Time stopped, but it was still far from the end. Lucas stood motionless at a distance, as if savoring the moment. After activating the beast skill, this young man was unrecognizable. Wow, the effect, how cool it is to deprive a monster of one life out of 150 in one blow. It was unclear whether Phobion was admiring or mocking now. Wanting to emphasize the importance of this historic moment for the Empire, Ash said that only one who wants to live and not die can fight like Phobion does. The red-eyed one was amazed by his opponent's insight and intelligence. He felt he was fighting him as equals, and this gave him courage. Suddenly, Von Hade stretched his hand forward and warned the enemy that this was his last life, which was running out anyway. Like, make your last wish and croak.